let's go ahead. Please count down.
Very well. We will be going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. Today is April 7th, Wednesday, April 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of April. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today we'll be covering our non-restricted agenda items. We split this meeting into 2 days. Tomorrow we'll cover our restricted items with several other kinds of items. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did receive 10 public comments this morning. I'll read those into the record now. First one is, to whom it may concern, my name is Frank Bruno, CFP, living in Novato, California. I'm the current president of the Friends of Isola del Flaming, Inc., a nonprofit organization, current president of the Marin 49er Booster Club, past president of the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, past president of Rotary Club of Novato, and good friend of Dr. Vincent M. Malfitano. I was listed as a reference, but was not called, so I want to take this opportunity to voice my opinion. I have known Vincent Malfitano for over 35 years on a personal level and on a professional level. When I met Vince, he was the president of the local hospital foundation, and I was a trustee on the board. I was attracted to his honesty, hard work, and his passion and dedication to helping the local community hospital thrive. Vince has also been the treasurer of our nonprofit organization, the Friends of Isola del Flaming, Inc., which raises funds for college-bound student scholarships and helping our community in these times of the pandemic. Over the years, Vince has generously given his time and money to help our local community as well as helping the Virginia City community. I have followed my friend Dr. Malfitano in his purchase of the Delta and Bonanza saloons with the intentions of making his casino saloons, as well as a community of Virginia City, the best vacation opportunity for all who visited the city. From the beginning, the good old boy society that lives in Virginia City did not welcome Vince, and they have done everything to paint him as a corrupt individual with the wrong intentions and victimizing him with false accusations, and even to the extent of bombing his wonderful Delta saloon. Vince is a man with perseverance and dedication in making his ventures a success, no matter who wants him there or not. He works hard every day to protect and preserve his businesses, even with all the adversity he has encountered day in and day out, and he does it all with dignity and respect. After 6 years of terrible, slanderous, and violent acts placed upon Dr. Malfitano, he is still in operation and again asking for his gaming license so he can prosper and survive. He is continuing to be an upstanding Virginia City citizen, business owner, and operating with pride. Vince is a good man, an honest man, a loving family man, a proud man, a humble man trying to do the best for his family, his communities, for Virginia City, and for Nevada. Just like all his other successful endeavors, he will make you all proud, and he will be an incredible casino operator if given the chance. I strongly urge the Nevada Gaming Commission to award Dr. Vincent M. Malfitano a gaming license. Thank you for listening to me. If you need to contact me, please feel free to call me or email me. Sincerely, Frank Bruno, CFP. The next item. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Vincent Malfitano application non-restricted number 1. I am 86-year-old and a resident of Carson City since 1998. In 1996, I retired from a career in land development and residential subdivisions in Contra Costa County, California. At the time, a mutual friend introduced me to Vincent as a dentist who wanted to purchase a property, obtain entitlement, and build an assisted living project. We agreed to be a mentor with no monetary compensation. My reward has been to maintain my mental capacity and to share successes and, yes, some setbacks. Vincent is always the optimist and has been a joy to work with over the years. In Carson City, I used to attend and give public comment at most V&T meetings since the funding was available in 2005. It was at a V&T meeting that I heard Delta Saloon was for sale and suggested that Vincent follow up. Obviously, the success of the train would be dependent upon the continued vitality of the Virginia City destination. In my opinion, Vincent has what we used to call Yankee ingenuity. He is creative, listens, and adapts to market conditions, and is a very hard worker. I have complete, unqualified trust in him. His word is his bond. Historic Virginia City has, I believe, all small business owners, no national corporations, no franchises, a special place today indeed. The board knows small businesses nationwide are under siege, and many will not return to the marketplace. Vince has adapted his business to survive without gaming for 6 years. The business has endured a B Street construction caused flood, an AmeriGas propane explosion, and the COVID lockdown. We hope the board views it is time that Vincent be granted a gaming license for the Delta and Bonanza saloons. I know he will not disappoint you. Cordially, Brute Kittis, Carson City, Nevada. Next item, greetings. I am writing in regards to the matter of Vincent Malfitano's application for a gaming license for his Virginia City, Nevada properties. As the sheriff of Story County, I've gotten to know Mr. Malfitano since his arrival in Virginia City. My office has also had the opportunity to conduct background investigations on Mr. Malfitano in connection with to his business and liquor license applications. While our county licensing standards may differ from that of gaming, Mr. Malfitano has always been cooperative with our investigations, and as you are aware, does in fact hold Story County business and liquor licenses. To the best of my knowledge, he has had no violations of his license requirements since opening his establishments. Aside from licensing, Mr. Malfitano has had to work through many challenges since coming to Story County. Even with these challenges, Mr. Malfitano has risen to the occasion when there has been an opportunity to help, not just in our community, but in our state. After the October 1 shooting in Las Vegas, Mr. Malfitano offered to use his properties for a blood drive if that would help. The past year, he offered his properties for a COVID-19 testing center if needed. He has managed to keep his businesses going despite the lack of gaming, an explosion, and the pandemic that has wreaked havoc on our entire country. He's a very good corporate citizen, in my opinion. For full disclosure, I consider Mr. Malfitano a personal friend, and he has in the past contributed to my political campaigns. However, his contributions have been minimal, and this testimony is given freely without promise or expectation. I believe Mr. Malfitano, given the opportunity, would grow his business further with the inclusion of gaming, and that would be good for our community. I hope that you will give full consideration to Mr. Malfitano in this pursuit and consider granting him a gaming license. Respectfully, Gerald Archinaro. Next item. To whom it may concern, I've had the opportunity to get to know Mr. Malfitano during my campaign for Story County Commissioner and in my capacity as a county commissioner. During that time, Mr. Malfitano has shown he is an asset to the Story County community. I've reached out on several occasions to use his properties within Story County for community events, and he has always been very generous, donating his venues free of charge. Mr. Malfitano has continued to be an asset to our community during the pandemic by offering space to run vaccination and COVID testing clinics. Tourism in Virginia City has suffered greatly from the loss of one of our biggest gaming establishments, the Delta Saloon. I feel if given the opportunity, Mr. Malfitano will revive real gaming in Virginia City and in turn boost our local economy. For full disclosure, I consider Mr. Malfitano a friend. During my campaign, he made a small donation. My testimony is given freely without promise or expectation. Sincerely, Julian J. Carmona. Next item. To the honorable members of the Gaming Control Board, I am writing in support of the applicant under agenda item N20-0026 for your meeting regarding Virginia City Gaming, LLC, the Delta Saloon, Inc., and Vincent Malfitano. As a resident of Virginia City and more recently serving as a local elected official, all of my dealings with the applicant have shown him a commitment to the well-being of our community. Mr. Malfitano has readily and easily contributed time and resources to community needs and activities, and is a valued Virginia City business owner. He has a keen understanding of the needs of our town. Further, Mr. Malfitano's establishments are two of the largest in town and are essential to the vibrant and healthy downtown business life. In recent past, their effectiveness at serving and attracting visitors to Virginia City has been hampered by their inability to include gaming as part of their offering, which was previously a substantial part of their business operation. As a result, visitation and tourist spending has suffered, and it would be substantially beneficial to the town to have these established operating at full strength. I ask that you please strongly consider approving Mr. Malfitano's request to be removed from the denied applicants list and the request of these entities for licensure. Mr. Malfitano has invested substantially in the buildings and businesses, and it would be of benefit to allow these businesses to operate with a gaming component. Thank you, Clay Mitchell, Virginia City resident and County Commissioner. Next item. Here we are 26 days away from the Kentucky Derby, and we will not be able to bet it and all the races on Derby Day from Churchill Downs for a long time. Better from the East Coast. I never thought this could happen even once, yet is going to happen again and again. And it's sad that I would have to leave the state of Nevada to bet the Derby and all the races on the card. Sad and disgusting. Next item. Dear Nevada Gaming Control Board, I've been a voting tax-paying citizen of Nevada for more than 20 years. I moved here because the state stood for low taxes and many freedoms spell for inside and out of the U.S. and Nevada constitutions. I'm hearing the Nevada Gaming Control Board is thinking about mandating all workers that are employed by gaming establishments to require their employees to become inoculated with the coronavirus vaccination. I am totally against that for the following reasons. This is totally unconstitutional. I cannot be forced to be inoculated for anything against my will, and this is unconstitutional. If this is mandated by government, it is totally against our constitution, both state and federal, and many other laws, policies, regulations, etc. The COVID-19 so-called vaccinations are not really vaccinations at all in the traditional sense. They are new technology, is now being deployed for the first time in the form of so-called vaccine. Although this technology has been around for 20 years, this is the first time it's been rolled out in use. These inoculations have not been tested and would normally be with other vaccinations that have been in use in our country. Most of this step has been skipped. There have been many health implications with those that have taken the coronavirus inoculations that are on the market, up to and including death within minutes of exposure. We are also told to listen to the science, but no science is being disseminated. COVID-19 inoculations have used fetal cells from a 1974 aborted baby. This is against my religion to input this into my body, and I will not comply. If you require workers or any other citizen to take this inoculation to be able to participate in society, I will consider this a sign of the beast, which was recorded in the Bible, being required to buy and sell. This is a violation of my religion, and I will not comply. No studies have shown that this has been effective in stopping the coronavirus. Nevada Gaming Control Board, thank you again for listening to my opinion on any type of forced inoculation of populist workers, etc. If the Gaming Control Board or corporations on their own decide to mandate inoculations for the coronavirus, I and many others will not comply and immediately follow suit. I ask that you please publicly denounce such actions and please reply letting me know your opinion and intentions on this matter. Thank you. Next item, to the Gaming Control Board. Is it true that you are mandating that businesses, which include gaming, must now require their hospitality workers to receive the COVID-19 vaccination or face having their gaming license revoked? If so, this is a gross overreach of your authority. Mandatory inoculations are unconstitutional, not to mention un-American. Please refrain from such an unwise and harmful policy. Sincerely, George and Darla Lee, Sparks, Nevada. Next item. I am totally opposed to this. You all say abortion is my body, my choice. Well, you have no right to make people get this vaccine or any other. And the last public comment. This requirement is unconstitutional and against the law. These vaccines are not approved by the FDA. They are experimental and only an EUA. I suggest you reach package inserts and details on the manufacturer's websites. I join Joey Gilbert in calling this out. He will be coming for you in court. Defend our freedoms. Thank you, Rhonda Morris, Sparks, Nevada. That concludes our public comments for today.
Okay. Thank you very much. That will close our public comment section then. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for March of 2021.
Each of my colleagues has had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
So I'll move for approval of the prior month's disposition as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 1. Would you please read it into the record?
Non-restricted number 1 are the requests of Virginia City Gaming LLC, Delta Saloon Inc., and Vincent Michael Malfitano to be removed from the denied applicant list. It is also the applications of Virginia City Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company and Vincent Malfitano for licensure as sole member and manager, Delta Saloon Inc. doing business as Delta Saloon for a non-restricted gaming license, Virginia City Gaming LLC for licensure as a sole shareholder, and Vincent Malfitano for licensure as an officer and director. Lastly, you have the application of Virginia City Gaming LLC doing business as Bonanza Saloon for a non-restricted gaming license.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Malfitano.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so there is a lot of material in front of us here in this background, and it spans a number of years. Let's take this in 2 parts. I'd like to first take your request to be removed from the gray list or from the denied applicant list.
Chairman Gibson,
Yes,
may I offer an opening statement, sir?
please.
Thank you. Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Johnson, Madam Secretary, good morning. I come before you this morning representing myself. Allow me to say a word about Mr. Scott Shear. Scott is an honorable and decent man. My family and I owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude for having representing me during my 2015 application process and initially in my 2019 application. I want to say for the record that Scott Shear had absolutely nothing to do with my 2015 denial. Scott is a very experienced and skilled attorney and worked very hard to help me accomplish my goal. It is my fervent hope that his representation of me in no way has tarnished him or his career in any way. Scott deserves to continue to enjoy your respect for the admirable service and dedication to Nevada gaming. My sincerest regards to him and his family. Briefly, with regards to my 2015 application and subsequent denial, I do understand and acknowledge that there were errors made by myself with regards to the completion of that application. But I would have to say, in all candor, none of those errors were made intentionally or with malice. Although I understand the relevance of those miscues and errors, none of them should have precipitated into the public beating and humiliation I and my family had to endure. That was then. This is now. It has taken me 6 years to be able to come before you again. The 2015 denial brought with it some devastating results that cascaded into several very serious issues. After the members of the powers that be in Virginia City left the chamber that day to watch my denial take place in person, they have done everything they could to harm my business, chastise me, and paint me in unthinkable terms, basically trying to run me out of town. And I do mean everything. I stand before you today. It has been 766 days since the 158-year-old historic Delta Saloon exploded. The issues I've had have been very carefully chronicled within the application documents and supporting documents, have been made acutely aware of the pitfalls and potential of non-disclosure issues. I submitted over 2,000 pages of supporting documents along with my application. Those issues created incredible obstacles and hurdles to overcome, of which I did. Each and every one of those obstacles were dealt with head on and put to rest, all in my favor. Be it as it may, sir, I am not a victim of the 2015 denial. Although many experts in this very chamber pontificated about how I would fail for this reason or that, they were all wrong. In the vernacular of gaming, I was dealt a terrible hand, but I did what I always have done. I pivoted and worked hard to make my two properties viable and successful, and that I did. The Delta and the Bonanza saloons are doing well and continue to do so. Rest assured, I do understand the responsibilities of holding a privileged license. In my professional and business careers, I have had the good fortune to have earned and held several of them. In 1978, I was nationally certified as a surgical technologist, which allowed me to pay my way through the University of San Francisco and Washington School of Dental Medicine. In 1989, I was awarded my California dental license. In 1998, I was certified by the Department of Social Services as an administrator to an RCFE. That same year, I licensed the Cypress Meadows Assisted Living and Dementia Facility, a 110-unit, 133-bed facility, which I designed, built, and operated for nearly 20 years. In 2017, I finally received the Story County business and liquor licenses for both properties. In 2018, I purchased Virginia City Trolley Company and was licensed by the NTA to operate that business. Mr. Chairman and board members, it is my complete and total understanding that no one is ever entitled to hold a privileged license, especially a non-restricted Nevada gaming license. I've prepared well and worked incredibly hard to get back before you. Please understand that the Delta Saloon and the Bonanza are ready to receive their gaming machines I've stored for over 6 years. After my 2015 denial, it was important for me to go out and meet with each member of the control board and commission, which I did. I remember having a brief word with Member Johnson after meeting with him and him asking me, "You've had some success in business in your professional careers. Why would you want to put yourself through this again?" My response to him then is the same response I present to you now. I've come before you this morning to accomplish two things. Number one, to clear my proud family name that has been tarnished by the process. And number two, to bring 2 gaming licenses back to Virginia City. It is time to bring gaming back to VC. It's time to bring back the gaming tourist to VC so that all other merchants in town can benefit as well. As the saying goes, a high tide brings all boats in the harbor up to a higher level, and so it will be when you grant the 2 licenses. I am respectfully asking your approval for non-restricted licenses at both properties. I'm committed to abide by Title 41, Chapter 463, and all provisions therein to continue to be a good steward to the Delta and Bonanza Saloon casinos and an exemplary Nevada gaming licensee. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Malfitano. So this, as I was stating in the beginning, this item, this matter, we'll call it predates me as a board member and has a long history. I recall it from being the chief of the gaming division in the Attorney General's office. And at that time, I recall it in particular because you were a dentist and there was one other dentist who was operating in the gaming space at the same time. And those were the 2 dentists that I was aware of who had made the move into gaming. That said, let me first begin by trying to lay a record with Senior Deputy Attorney General John McKellar. Mr. McKellar, if you would, is there a standard, and if there is, would you please declare it, for removal from request for removal and removal from the gray list or the denied applicant list?
There's no explicit standard in NRS 463174. However, you would need to consider 463.0129, whether or not there is a risk to the policy standards for gaming, the public health, welfare, safety, morals, good order of the citizens of the state of Nevada and the gaming industry, to remove him from the gray list, and whether or not that would comport with 463.0129.
Okay, thank you very much. And as I was beginning to say earlier, let's take this in 2 parts if we can. Let's start with your request to be removed from the denied applicant list. And given Member Johnson's history with this matter as a member of the board at the time, I would respectfully ask him to lead out with his questions, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Malfitano. Welcome back to the Gaming Control Board. I did want to talk about that request to be removed from the list of denied applicants, and just wanted to see if there was anything you had to offer in addition to your open comments as to why that approval should be granted. Why is it something you believe you would satisfy any requirements for with regards to removal from the denied applicant list? And I don't think we can perhaps fully consider that question without looking at some of the reasons for the denial from several years ago and what has transpired in that intervening time period. But I wanted to give you just any additional opportunity for my benefit and understanding as to why you believe the decision that was made back in 2015 should essentially be overturned and that relief that you seek granted.
In having a discussion with Supervisor Doyle, I had asked to be released, and he said that there's a procedure for that and that you have to abide by a certain statute and name the statute And it says that after 5 years, that you can in fact ask to be released from it. And that's what I did. I provided a letter to that effect.
Okay, and so I guess in short, what's changed? Why do you feel that you are deserving today of that consideration?
I feel that since the denial in 15, I've done everything possible to prepare myself to bring, gaming back to VC. I've worked hard. I've done everything I can possibly do. And that's why I feel that I should be considered.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you were looking to take up those two items separately or if you wanted to take them up in the entirety, but I can certainly proceed with some other questions I had of the
Please do.
All right. So, Mr. Malfitano, you talked a little bit about the locations, and I just wanted to revisit that for a little bit. We've got obviously a newly comprised gaming control board since your last appearance, newly comprised gaming commission since your last appearance. And so I just wanted to first, for purposes of preparing a record, just overview the two locations, what you currently offer there, what has historically been offered there, and if you can just review with us again the nature of those two properties and how you got to be where you are today with them and where you plan on going with them.
The properties were purchased back in 2014 as fully operating casinos by Mr. Petrini, the former owner. And that's how I purchased them and immediately went into application to obtain my own licenses. After the 2015 denial, I was mandated by the board to have all the machines removed, which we did, and they have been stored since that time. A lot has transpired with the properties. I've spent a fair amount of time and resources rehabilitating them infrastructurally, new electrical, just getting them up to par. The Bonanza received a brand new fire sprinkler system as mandated by Story County at the change of title. To fast forward, both properties have been operating as saloons and restaurants. And we had two kitchens in the Delta Saloon, one kitchen provided in the Bonanza. So we've been operating as a bar, the saloons, and providing food service. Since 2019, March 12th, when the Delta building suffered devastating explosion, 2/3 of the building was lost, and we lost both kitchens. What I did at that point is begin the rebuild, but we focused on rebuilding the saloon floor first because I wanted to make sure when the time came and I reapplied that portion of the building could accept gaming. So we did everything we could, got that done relatively quickly, and got our occupancy permit. At this point, it's only been operating as a saloon. All the food service comes out of the Bonanza kitchen, and we do the takeout over to our customers at the Delta and provide food service at both facilities.
So these two locations are across the street from each other, is that right?
Yes, sir. Catty corner. Mm-hmm.
And in terms of gaming offerings, traditionally, this has been a slots only, non-restricted location in both instances?
Yes, sir. With approximately 138 machines total.
138 between the two?
Yes, sir.
And then how long have the two locations been there?
The Delta was originally built in 1863. I don't know the exact date that the Bonanza property was erected.
So Was the Bonanza built before or after the television show of the same name? I recall there being some prior discussion about.
I think the building was in place, but during, I believe, the late 60s, early 70s, Virginia City was in bad shape. There's a lot of boarded up places. And the Bonanza building came into fruition and linked to the TV program as the TV program began to air. And it has the distinction of being linked forever to that program. I've been, since 14 and my acquisition of it, been purchasing a lot of original memorabilia from the program to place in view at the Bonanza property.
Is that something generally well received by the local population? People recall the television show, for example?
Yeah, it is. It is, but you almost have to be 50 years old to remember the program.
Okay. And with regards to the explosion that occurred, what was the reason for that explosion?
The Story County Fire Marshal's report says it's unconcluded. The reason is unconcluded or not really known. What we do know is that AmeriGas, the gas company, we know this by fire inspection, overfilled the gas tank, the propane tank. And apparently if you overfill it, it causes other things to happen, gas to leak. And it is my understanding from the carrier that that is the cause.
All right. So in terms of whether there was any malicious intent behind that explosion, is it your belief or sentiment that that was an intentional act against your property?
I don't believe, Member Johnson, that the overfill of the tank by AmeriGas had any malicious intent, or I don't think that was done on purpose, but I will state the facts. And the fact is, there were circumstances that happened immediately after the explosion that are suspect.
How so?
The fire inspector for the insurance carrier found that the day after the explosion, someone stole the number one regulator off of the building, took it, kept it, and it turned up in the possession of a Story County employee. As the story was told to me by the fire inspector for the carrier, this Story County employee had it. It was brought to someone's house or garage, and the regulator was completely dismantled. I think the inspector advised me that it took him about 6 or 7 days to discover this. Once he discovered who had it, he requested it, and it was given back to the inspector. To this day, I think the insurance fire inspector has it in his possession. So I would say that's an unusual event. No one's explained to me why you would take a prime piece of evidence off of a crime scene and then dismantle it.
However, you still maintain that the explosion was not caused by some malicious or nefarious act of others against you and or the property?
Now, I couldn't state that because I don't have the facts to support that. All I can state is what I know, and that's what I was told. Okay. But again, I don't think AmeriGas deliberately did anything to my knowledge, but I have very little knowledge of actually what went on.
I see. And then with regards to the gaming offerings, the 138 or so machines, is it your plan to proceed with similar offerings in the future, or add table games or sports, or what exactly are the gaming related plans going forward?
I would submit to you, Member Johnson, that I want to just bring back exactly what existed before. And I believe there was 101 games at the Delta and 37 or 38 at the Bonanza. Their space is ready to be received. I don't have any plans to do. Oh, and there were, I think, 7 bar tops at the Bonanza that are included in that 38. I don't have any immediate plans to bring table games or increase the offering. It would be nice, and I guess the market will dictate whether the consumer wants that. I can tell you that once I purchased in 14, we went into contract with William Hill, and they made us a really nice sports betting kiosk that was made in old-fashioned shelf that was on property and was managed by Mr. Dewing.
I see. And then with regards to the management of the desired gaming operations, who do you have or plan on having to manage the gaming, if there's anyone in addition to yourself?
I plan to be the primary operator, but I will bring on key employees and go to outside professionals for accounting and tax issues to make sure that we're in compliance with all the regulations that we need to be in compliance with.
All right. And so what degree have you sought to educate yourself about gaming requirements and gaming operations, for example?
Good question, Member Johnson. I've taken basically all gaming courses offered by UNR and UNLV as extension courses. But this was way back in 13, 14. I participated in the executive development program. So I don't think there are many courses that I haven't taken out that have been offered in the extension program. And I've listed those. I didn't list them, unfortunately, in my new application, but they were listed in the 15 application.
I see. And speaking of education, where did you go to dental school again?
Washington University, St. Louis, Missouri, sir.
I see, not the University of Washington.
That is correct.
All right, I think some materials that have been relayed to us if you had attended the University of Washington. All right, and so Mr. Malfitano, in terms of your qualifications and suitability for gaming licensing, you talked about the classes you've taken and some other activities you've engaged in and some talent that you've retained. Is there anything else you want to add with regards to your qualifications or suitability for the gaming approvals that you have sought?
What I have recently thought about and probably will do is bring on and participate with a major gaming operator such as IGT, and have had discussions with them to have them participate with me and help me with the operations.
Let's see. All right, and so since the last appearance before us, wherein you were denied an application for gaming license, and let me just touch on that. I'm going to talk a little bit about this current investigation process.
Yes, sir.
But there's a couple of things you mentioned in your opening remarks that
Yes, sir.
that resonated with me, that in particular that I wanted to comment on, and it was the notion of, quote, public beating and humiliation, end quote.
Yeah.
And you also talked about your name being tarnished through the process. So as we go forward over the next several minutes, Mr. Malfitano, I was present in the 2015 proceedings, and I don't concur that it was a public beating and humiliation. It was a difficult process. And I think for a number of persons that appear before the Gaming Control Board or the Gaming Commission, that process can be difficult. It can be very intrusive. It can be very time consuming, can be very costly, can be very challenging. But I can confidently state that neither I nor any of my colleagues set out to publicly beat or humiliate you. And so I don't want to miss the opportunity to disavow any such notion that was the desire or even the outcome from my perspective of that proceeding. These are difficult proceedings and we proceed through them as fairly and professionally as we can. And I believe that happened in 2015. I believe you received a full and fair opportunity to make your case, to meet your burden that is yours to meet in showing your suitability for gaming licensing, as well as I anticipate you'll have a full and fair opportunity today to meet your burden of establishing your suitability for gaming licensing. So I did want to comment on that at the outset. So with regards to this investigation process, was there any items of potential concern that arose, potential concern to the board that you wanted to affirmatively address at this time?
The investigator and Supervisor Doyle put together, I think, 8 issues of concern or areas of concern that were given to me and Scott. At the time, Scott asked me to address those in written form, which I did, and give that draft to him. And then he in turn would write a more polished response to the 8 areas of concern.
Okay, and we did receive that information from Mr. Scheer. And with regards to this application, sometime after it was filed, it was initially withdrawn.
Correct.
I believe it was in February of perhaps 2020. So what happened there? It was withdrawn and then we saw it again. I believe on February 7th, 2020, there was a request submitted to withdraw the application. What was the reasoning behind that?
I think at the time, well, I know at the time I was delivering or responding to investigators' request for documents. I had several discussions with Scott and him telling me this is not going well. I don't know, how this is going to turn out. And he kept saying that, it's not looking good. And I didn't understand why it wasn't looking good. Because I've done nothing wrong. I've abided by the process and was giving honest answers. And then at one point, I was asked to abruptly stop sending information and immediately got a call from Scott and saying, I think the best course of action for you is to withdraw. And I thought about that a lot, spoke to family about that. And although I acquiesced to that, it's not what I wanted because I felt that there was nothing that was coming up in this application at any point that would preclude me from a fair chance of being licensed. At which point, a couple weeks down the road, Scott let me know that it's going to be difficult for him to represent me. And the reason that he presented was that because I wasn't taking his advice. And I understood that. And there wasn't an argument. There wasn't a debate. He wanted to not represent, and I was okay with that. But then in thinking through, again, the notion was, I don't understand what's going on. The areas of concern are areas of concern, but there's nothing there that should preclude me from obtaining the licenses. They seem rather minor. So I decided that I would re-up my application and move forward.
All right, but my question, Mr. Malfitano, for the moment went to why you withdrew the application. Just succinctly, what was the reason why in February of 2020 you withdrew the application? You mentioned a number of items over the course of the last few minutes, but why specifically did you withdraw the application in February 2020?
I was asked by counsel. I was asked by counsel to do so. He felt that I didn't have that the investigation was going poorly, and that he thought that was the best course of action. So that's when I made that decision.
All right, thank you. Now, a couple of things. I understand your sentiment with regards to your assertion that you did not see anything material with regards to the concern. So let's just kind of go through that and see where those concerns remain, just speaking for myself, and give you an opportunity to address them, and we can decide if they're material or not and whether they affect your suitability. Kind of the major areas that I'm looking at, Mr. Malfitano, in evaluating this application, I want to acquire an understanding of the status of financial obligations you might have to any creditors. I also want to look at your interactions with other government agencies, and I want to look at the timeliness and responsiveness of your participation in this investigation process.
Yes.
Those are some of the major areas that I'm focusing on in terms of how I would determine whether this goes forward, and if so, how. So Mr. McKellar, the Senior Deputy Attorney General, talked earlier about NRS 463.0129, and just for this discussion, that section also talks about protecting the rights of creditors of gaming licensees. And so over the years, that has been construed to apply to applicants as well in assessing their suitability and credibility for gaming licensure, based at least in part on their financial responsibility and the degree to which they honor obligations to creditors. So as it stands today, what is the status of your financial obligations to any creditors that might be out there?
The most major liability that obviously comes to mind is the tax liability from the 2017 sale of Cypress Meadows.
Okay, and for the purposes of the record, I recall Cypress Meadows, but just tell us a quick snapshot of that.
Sure. In 2017, I decided to sell Cypress Meadows and did so. And that brought with it a substantial tax liability because of the gain. And therefore, I have a substantial tax liability. Now, there was was a business plan in place to take care of that liability. And I can, if you would allow, I can go over that with you.
All right. And so the tax liability you're talking about in that instance is to the federal government, the Internal Revenue Service, with regards to the capital gains on the sale of Cypress Meadows.
Correct.
And Cypress Meadows was an assisted living facility that you had owned for, what, about 20 or so years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what's the amount still outstanding to the Internal Revenue Service as a result of that?
I think it's $2.5 million.
And of that $2.5 million, how much has been paid since the sale of Cypress Meadows?
Immediately after the sale, maybe 30 days after the sale, I was asked by accountant Garrett to submit $650 some odd thousand to both the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board. He says, this is what's due right now. So you need to take care of that. And that's what I did.
All right. And so the outstanding amount due the IRS today is what?
Roughly 2 million plus. I don't know the exact amount, sir.
And you mentioned that you had a business plan that is intended to satisfy that obligation?
Yes, sir. So
let me just ask a question. So have you furnished prior to today that business plan information to the agents that worked on your case?
No.
All right. Let me come back to that piece. I want to get an overall picture of the tax obligation. So what about to the Franchise Tax Board? Are there any obligations outstanding to them still?
Yeah, that total amount would equate to both the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board.
Okay, so $2 million owed both to those entities.
Yeah, in total.
All right. And so anything beyond the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board?
Not that I'm aware. I think that I owe, if you consider attorneys, vendors, or however you put it, I think I owe an attorney some fees.
Okay, so attorneys and vendors. All right, how much do you owe attorneys?
About $35,000,
Okay.
and that's to Mr. Roberson.
And what's the status of satisfying that obligation?
The agreement is that he is not going to take any action and will receive his proceeds from the settlement of the Delta case.
And then with regards to vendors that you might owe, who might those vendors be and how much is owed to them?
I didn't mean to say vendors. I was referring to the attorney as a vendor. I don't know that I owe vendors any money.
All right, so following the explosion, was there any construction or rehabilitation work or any other services provided in connection with that explosion?
Pardon me. There was contract to repair and restore the Delta with Sierra Builders. And that contract was to repair it. And there was only a finite amount of money from the carrier. I let the contractor, who's a real nice man, know that we're trying to get more funds from the carrier, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be successful. So, try to slow things down until I secure another type of financing or funds. So there are liens against the Delta by the general contractor, and I think 2 of his subcontractors.
All right,
And
so
I
a total of 3 contractors are still owed monies as a result of work performed
That is
following the
correct.
explosion? And how
I
much
think
in
it's-
total are they owed?
I think it's just under 600,000.
For all 3?
Yes, sir. And the agreement has been between their counsel and mine that they're going to, I guess, not take an action and receive those funds from the settlement. Having said that, I will add, sir, that I have tried on 2 separate occasions to obtain a loan to satisfy those liens and to garner enough funds to finish out the building. And I was denied on both occasions because, and I understand from a lender's point of view, it would be very difficult to lend against a property that's 2/3 gone. But I tried to mitigate that situation by obtaining those loans.
But you did have access to some other financial resources between the proceeds from the sale of Cypress Meadows and the payouts related to the damages done at the Delta. You were not completely without financial resources by any stretch.
That is correct.
But yet, as we said today, there is a little more than $2.5 million in outstanding obligations. And so when you say that there were agreements reached with, for example, the vendors, the contractors, sounds like perhaps that would extend to the attorney, the IRS. And I don't necessarily need for you to go read verbatim your business plan that you referenced, but I just want to know, is there anything reduced to writing to memorialize an understanding with any of these creditors about when they might get paid?
Yeah, I think there is. There's been discussion between new counsel and the various people that are owed money, the lawyer and the construction liens, that in fact they are willing to hold off until the settlement comes through. And I'm happy to provide you those emails and documents.
All right, but prior to today, had that information been furnished to the investigating agent?
No, sir. I don't believe that it was asked for.
I see. All right, so that was a little bit about the status of the financial obligations, and I don't want to monopolize the entirety of the time here. I know we've got a lengthy agenda, but I did mention that I had some concern with your communications with other government agencies, including the accuracy of some of the information that may have been submitted. For example, when you sought an approval through the Nevada Transportation Authority,
Yes.
but in terms of as well, in addition to representations made in that application process, just some of your dealings with the Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and some findings of their auditors. There were some delinquencies that were identified there that I think you all ultimately settled. And I know, as we've talked about, there are some issues with the IRS, but in addition to the outstanding amounts owed to the IRS, there was some question about the timeliness of filing of your tax returns. The information that I had was that, for example, it took until 2019 for you to file your returns for 2014, 15, 16, and 2017. And that with regards to 2018, we were awaiting confirmation that you had filed your tax returns. And as I said today, I do not have confirmation that that has been filed. And then, although it's a fairly small amount, I'm sure it means something to the folks at Story County, but I had received some information that there were some outstanding property taxes due to Story County for your Virginia City properties. And I will just add, Mr. Malfitano, that there is still some concern about your interactions with other government agencies. And the reason that gets to be a concern is, as we look at an applicant, we want to know how they've interacted with other agencies to gauge perhaps how they might interact with this government agency in the context of regulated gaming. So before I finish up on that last set of questions or question that I had, I wanted to give you an opportunity to comment, if you so chose, on your interactions with other government agencies, as I've discussed, and any issues of candor or timeliness that may have arisen in those interactions.
Sure. This notion that I lack candor or I'm a liar or however you want to preface it is unfounded. My dealings with the NTA and Miss Melinda, I forget her last name, real nice lady. She actually worked for gaming before going to the NTA. There were no issues with regard to that application. It was very detailed. It took over a year. The fact came up by the investigator that I did not tell her that I was a denied applicant. I can't imagine that she didn't know I was a denied applicant, number one. Number two, it had nothing to do with the NTA, nor would it have affected their investigation. And all she would have had to do, as I'm sure she did, was Google my name, and there it was. No one ever tried. I never tried to conceal anything from her. I never concealed anything from HUD. I never concealed anything from HUD OIG. I never concealed anything from the U.S. Department of the U.S. Attorney's Office. There were substantial investigations by the best in the country. This notion that I'm painted as a bad guy, let's try to find something on him, seems to be the MO. But yet, after years of investigation by HUD wasn't satisfied, although they were given very detailed explanations to their allegations. They weren't satisfied, and they brought HUD OIG along. They descended upon the facility for 10 months, looked at every piece of paper possible, couldn't find anything, and then they referred it for a criminal referral to the U.S. Attorney's Office. After 2 years, there was nothing found. Nothing. There's nothing there because facts are important. You can make all the allegations and insinuations and, whatever you want to conjure up, but you got to rely on facts. And I stand before you having weathered all those without any findings. So
Okay.
I hope that answers your question, sir.
All right, and so, sure, Mr. Malfitano, I appreciate that explanation, and I assure you, there's no effort or intent or design on manufacturing anything or any innuendo. We're just after, as you alluded to, the facts, right?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of your interactions with other government agencies, we just want to get a feel for how those transactions go with the
Of course.
IRS, with the Inspector General at HUD, with the Nevada Transportation Authority, for example.
Yes,
So
sir.
did you, for example, tell the Nevada Transportation Authority that you were the successful bidder on the Ormsby House in Carson City?
Of course. I don't know that I told them that, but it was in my resume.
That you were the successful bidder?
Well, I outbid the successful bidder at the time. And I had started negotiation with the foreclosure entity, Cerberus in New York, to try to find a way to either take over the financing and or create new financing. So yes, this notion that I wasn't involved in the Ormsby is completely false.
I don't think it was a notion whether you were or were not involved. I think the question was, were you the successful bidder as you represented?
I outbid the successful bidder and then went directly to Mr. Cashel. We met and we started, I guess the successful bidder dropped out. As I recall, it was a long time ago. And I was left at the top of the list and started negotiating for a loan.
It's one of those things, Mr. Malfitano, in the greater scheme of things, it's not greatly material. It is more a matter of principle, a question of principle when we have a dialogue like this. And so when you represent to another government agency that you are a successful businessman, you were a successful bidder, when you appeared before us in 2015, you said, and I quote, "I think the first one was the Ormsby House in terms of projects that you bid on. And during the fiasco of that auction and sale, I was the number 2 bidder. So that didn't pan out." And then you talk about some other opportunities that you had pursued, and there's some representations on that record about the Mapes Hotel and the Skyline and some other things that you were involved with that you represented to the NTA. So it's not a material thing. It's, from time to time we get people that say, "Oh, I graduated from this university or this college or what have you." And it's not the materiality of where they went to school or whatever, or who bid successfully on what project. It's the principle of the matter,
Sure.
as to whether or not we can ask a straight question and get a straight answer. And if we can't get it on the simple things, the less material things, when we go to do gaming related audits and what have you, it creates some concerns in our minds.
But Mr. Johnson, with all due respect, the things that I said that I did, those are factual. And any investigator would have needed to do was go to source, just go to source. I was involved in the Mapes. I will tell you something else. I was a successful bidder on the McCluskey properties in Elko, Nevada, 5 casinos and an airline. I didn't put that in, but that's the facts. And you can track that back to source. B of A was the trustee. That's a fact. The fact that I put in $100,000 bid on the Mapes, along with 2 other bidders, okay, that the city put out an RFP on. I presented my RFP. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. Again, with all due respect, Member Johnson, I've been honest with you. There's never been a time where I've embellished or been dishonest with you. There's no need for me to. And you can expect once we bring these licenses back to VC, you're going to be very proud of how I present myself, as I have in all my businesses.
All right, Mr. Malfitano, I think I'm going to stop for now. I've taken up enough time. Thank you, Mr. Malfitano. I may have some questions later, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to ask the questions that I had up to this point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Johnson, for helping us lay that record. Just quickly to round out the discussion and sort of put an exclamation point on Member Johnson's set of questions around the Ormsby House. As our agents dug into the question of your gaming experience or interests, in your statement that you were the successful bidder on the Ormsby House in Carson City, our agents contacted the representative of the Ormsby House owners, and they were also the owners at the time of your claim, and they reported that they did not even know who you are. And so just to be really, really clear, the answer to the question that Member Johnson asked is no, you are not the successful bidder. And that's the kind of answer that we expect. And that's the challenge that we have here.
But that's incorrect, Mr. Chairman.
It is not incorrect. Member Katsaros, do you have any questions you'd like to go forward with?
On that point, an outsider that would have watched this would have seen the sleight of hand that was just had there on that very simple question, which is, were you the successful bidder? You didn't say yes or no. You said you had the best bid or the highest bid. That's not the question. The question was, were you the successful bidder or not? And on this one very point, imagine we then extrapolate that to years of investigations and thousands of documents in disputing this one point, which I would feel is indisputable. I'd like to hear just a bit of follow-up from you, Mr. Malfitano, just to state how that is not in dispute, how that is in dispute, that you think you were the successful bidder there. Do you have the property now? I guess, no, that's clear, but I'd like to hear that for a second. But imagine the struggle an investigator would have, and what I've seen in the materials we did in fact have, in going through every finer point of every bit of your background and debating these minor issues, and you trying to splice it a little differently than what is actual reality, because it seems maybe you don't have a firm grasp of reality on every one of these issues, okay? So, but I would like to hear just on that very quick point, how were you the successful bidder? Because again, just a second ago, you didn't say you were, you just said you had the highest bid, I believe.
My recollection was there were two bidders. There was someone that bid higher than I did. I found out that I actually bid like $100,000 more. Then the guy at the top that was the successful bidder dropped out. What does that leave me? It leaves me as a successful bidder. I'm not trying to splice words.
Okay. That doesn't leave you as the successful bidder. It leaves you as the last man standing. However, you weren't the successful bidder. The other one did, and apparently dropped out, and they never awarded to you in the end. But in the end, look, Member Johnson had mentioned this already, but I'll restate it. Whether it was material for your NTA application or not, probably not. There was some embellishment, I would concede. Hopefully you would concede on your resume there with your submission. They've got different standards than what we have. They frankly probably wouldn't have cared if you weren't even a bidder on that, but you put it on there. So it was noteworthy to at least bring up at this point.
Understood.
Chair Gibson, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind delving into some of these things that we just discussed here. Okay. I wanted to start back where we initially sort of started off here, which is you got denied in 2015. Through your introduction here, you had mentioned, and I'm prefacing, you seem to be railroaded. This process is here because we understand there is redemption. Okay, there's a 5-year period there after which you can request to be removed from that list. Okay? Yes. The history is what it is. What's changed since then? Because I didn't hear an answer on that question that Member Johnson had posed to you. Since then, to merit or warrant a removal from that list. Now, before you answer, I feel, again, you're a little out of touch with reality because you're saying you should have never been denied in the first place. There was 3 board members at that time, one of which was just here right now, who rendered that belief or rendered that judgment. The commission at that time, unless I'm mistaken, unanimously agreed to that as well. So you had 8 independent people, all of the same mind. Unless you feel there's some sort of grand conspiracy that was out there, we need to step back and you need to sort of realize that you weren't railroaded. 8 independent people rendered that judgment. But that aside, what do you feel's changed since then, such that this board and the commission should then say, no, we feel you have met the burden at this time? What's changed? I haven't heard that yet.
Sure, good question. First of all, Member Katsaros, I never said I was railroaded.
I apologize. I think it was a public beating.
And a humiliation.
Humiliation. Okay. I don't want to do that here. Nobody wants to do that. Okay. But
okay. I never
speaker. So it sometimes comes off that way. Okay.
No problem. And I wasn't able to respond to Member Johnson, but I never said it was anyone's intent to do that to me. It wasn't any. No, let me explain. Let me explain. It wasn't, I don't think it was the board's intent, and the board members and commission members have what they feel about it. But from the receiving end, it was very uncomfortable. And that's how I label it. But be it as it may, that was way back in 15. What's changed? This investigation and application specified by Mr. Labadie was not to deal with anything in the past. It was to go back to the denial and everything forward. And that's what I tried to do. What's changed? Well, none of the things that happened in my previous application. Everything has been relatively calm and without incident. So that's what's changed. I've been able to operate the 2 properties just fine. That's what's changed. There's been no untoward incidences. That's what's changed. None of the things that were relevant in 14, 15 are relevant now. It's been almost 6 years or a little past 6 years. So I understood why I was denied. I accept full responsibility. It wasn't anyone's fault. Then I said that. It was my fault. I didn't adhere to the process the way the process needed to be adhered to. Completely my fault. And I bore the brunt. And that was then. And I'm before you now saying that things are different. I accept and acknowledge that I made errors. But lawsuits and liens and stuff like that, that's what a business goes through. And the state has licensed many people with those concerns and worse. And the concerns that have been brought up now, quite frankly, they're like Boy Scoutish compared to known criminals and people that have had convictions. My stuff is minor. I understand the issue of candor is of great importance. I have, as I said, had many privileged licenses where I've dealt with well. So there's no reason for the board or the commission to believe that I would be anything but honest and a good licensee based on the last 6 years worth of work.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
If I can intercede here.
Yes, sir.
So Chief Labadie's his statement about the investigation being forward-looking from the point of denial to this point, I have a question about that I'd like to ask Senior Deputy Attorney General John McKellar. So when a denial occurs, when it's applied against an applicant, is it the case, as in criminal law and some kinds of regulatory laws, so some spaces of regulatory law, that where there's a penalty associated with an act, and that once that penalty, say time in prison, is satisfied, that is acquiescence, or not, that's payment for the crime, or payment for the regulatory penalty, regulatory violation. Is that the way to look at this?
No, Chair Gibson. There's no double jeopardy or anything like that here. The board needs to consider whether the public health, welfare, safety, morals, protection of creditors at this moment in time would be protected in determining whether or not to license someone. The 2015 denial order is not an eraser that precludes consideration of pre-2015 items. Those items are all still relevant as to whether or not you consider this applicant suitable for licensing today.
So is it a decision about licensing, which is a revocable privilege, that was made at that point in time, but it doesn't erase at this point the things that happened prior to that led to the denial? Is that accurate?
That's accurate. In 2015, you looked at all the factors to determine whether Mr. Malfitano was suitable for a commission approval, and you do the same thing today. There is no 5-year cutoff beyond which you cannot look. And in fact, on the application forms, they ask for information that goes back much farther than that. So all the information you have today, whether it's pre-2015 or post-2015, is relevant to your decision.
Okay, and so Mr. Chief Labadie, if I can ask you, were you intending to suggest to Mr. Malfitano that this was just a forward-looking investigation? We would only consider the 5-year period or 6-year period in front of us?
No, excuse me, not at all. What I did say is that, from an investigative standpoint, we're not going to go back and reinvestigate everything we did up until the 2015 matter. We did have some loose ends that came out that we need to follow up on, but from an investigative standpoint, we would focus on 2015 forward. Nothing to do with whether or not those matters would be considered in this hearing. So,
okay,
not exactly accurate.
Okay, I just wanted to lay that down for the record. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So, Mr. Malfitano, a little dose of reality, just to reiterate what was just stated there. It's not as if all of those items that were investigated previously just get washed away and we don't consider those. We can consider those. We may not consider those. What Chief Labadie would have told you very clearly is that we're not going to go reinvestigate things that we already understand. We're going to look forward. So I appreciate you don't have an attorney now. It's somewhat brave given the fact that you want to be removed from a denial list. But there would be some confusion on your part very clearly. And the reality is we will consider any and all information that we have in our investigative materials. Okay. So and so the investigation that has been had would have tied up any loose ends that maybe needed to be tied up and then looked at anything into the future. My question for you a minute ago, which was what's changed since then? Don't look at the last report as if it doesn't matter anymore. In the independent views of each of the board members before you right now, we may or may not consider that information.
Yeah, I understood completely. And all I said was, you asked me what the difference was. And the difference is none of the things that I was faced with back in the original application exist anymore. In other words, they've been resolved, or that's what I meant. But relative to being removed from the denied application, denied list, Section 2 of NRS 463-174 advises that any denied applicant may petition the Nevada Gaming Control Board to have their names and entities removed from the denied applicant list by the board no less than 5 years from the date of that denial. And that's what I was responding to and sent the letter based on.
Okay, understood. You had mentioned a minute ago that you take full responsibility.
Yes.
And I get that as a statement from your standpoint, but through your opening statements, you also mentioned that nothing in the last report should even have precipitated to the public beating that had occurred and to the denial that occurred. Again, not really grasping reality, which is 8 independent people felt otherwise. You also said at some point, and you didn't reference which agency or entity, but you said the MO seems to be that they want to prove that you are a bad guy. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what we've ever done. What we do is try to understand who this guy is. You mentioned you never conceal anything or tried to conceal anything. Clearly, you concealed things in the last investigation. Whether it was intentionally or malicious, it's a different story. But given the number of non-disclosures that you had, I would term you as a serial non-disclosure. That was my reading of everything. I read through the transcripts as well, very detailed. I didn't see any public beating there whatsoever. Very frank discussion, very factual based, to your point, which is what we live in, is fact. We also have to live in subjectivity, given the fact that we're trying to gauge your integrity, honesty, business acumen, et cetera, candor.
Yes.
And it's very difficult when we have somebody that, again, a serial non-disclosure here. We have loads of things that just were completely disregarded and never raised. Once we brought them to your attention, it was, oh, well, my recollection. I can't go by your recollection anymore. We have to deal with what we understand to be the case, because your recollection, at least previously, was demonstrated to be lacking, okay? I don't wish to go through every old matter. What I was hoping to hear from you is, yes, these things happened. I screwed up. This is why and how I've changed it. And this is why you should have confidence in me. And this is why I should be removed from the denial list. I haven't gotten there yet. I've got an open mind here. I've been in this game for 20 some years, not necessarily as a regulator, but I've been in your shoes as well, where I'm submitting things to investigators, where I'm submitting documentation, where I'm answering questions. Full transparency and candor is necessary. And it's actually, that's the path to success, is full candor, full transparency. You didn't take a different path. Whether that path was intentionally or not, people can disagree. Clearly, the prior 8 folks that viewed your application, I'm assuming, felt you took the other path. Chair Gibson, I don't want to monopolize all the time either.
Member Katsoris, if I can just say, I do have a firm grasp of reality.
Okay.
It's the same as saying someone is unfit to do something. I'm not unfit to do anything. I've proven myself over the years. I've proven myself over the years. A great dental profession, great business success. So I'm sorry that you don't agree with that, but I understand your point of view.
And look, the last hearing, it was determined that you were unfit to hold license here. Our standards for your business practice, for your businesses in other areas, are not the same standards that you have there. I will say, just based upon that comment, if I look at your practice with the assisted living and your practice, your dental practice as well, I don't know that you went out in a blaze of glory in either of those. It would, based upon my humble opinion and my view, it seemed you were getting pushed out because they didn't want you in those practices any longer. So
after 20 years of taking care of thousands of moms and dads, all of a sudden, when I decide to sell the facility, I'm barraged with all these negative things. I mean, in all candor, it's I don't know, it's hard to accept. And I don't think that I was forced out of anything. I made a tremendous amount of profit selling my facility because I built that business up. Again, I understand your point of view, and I'm sorry that I apparently not saying what you need me to say.
Well, look, I'm coming in, reading the materials that we have here, looking at prior transcripts, prior investigative reports.
Sure. Sure.
And this is, what I come to the conclusion of. I don't know how to look at it any other way, but I'm trying to get past that and figure out what's changed since then. And I would have hoped for this application, you would have knocked it out of the park, which is bam, perfect, everything, no issues whatsoever. And I'm not getting there right now with that. So I'll yield at this point, Chair Gibson.
Well, I mean, let me ask Member Johnson, who again has experience directly with this applicant in 2015. Do you have an opinion at this point as to how you'd like to proceed with this matter?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's, Member Katsaros mentioned that you're kind of come into this proceeding expecting something along the lines of a clear and convincing showing, and that hasn't happened. Mr. Malfitano, you are a mixed bag, to be sure, because you have had a number of business successes in your life, and but it just seems like every step forward is countered by a step or two or four backwards. And when I look at the issues with the dental practice and how that ended, and with some of the regulatory issues with Cypress Meadows, it just seems like there was a step backwards or 4 or 5 step backwards for your successors. I mean, I'm trying to find in you what I think is there to some degree, an earnest entrepreneur. And I always put it on the scales. I look at those factors that weigh so heavily in favor of an applicant and an application, and what might weigh against it, and try to see, weighing those in balance, if there is enough superseding positive factors to move an individual forward. And your case has just been an interesting one over the years to observe. And I do recall meeting with you after the 2015 proceedings before the board and commission at that time. And I was surprised that you were still interested in going forward, even with a process that you yourself have called public beating and humiliation. And you can't help but ask, if that's what you think of it, why are you back into it? Why are you looking to continue in this path? And so I've been trying to find a way to reconcile the two different Vincent Malfitanos, to be quite candid with you, because there seem to be two different ones. There seems to be an earnest entrepreneur who was able to go out and solicit, apparently, a large number of advocates in and around the surrounding areas. And it takes a lot to invest into businesses that are, gosh, between 150 years old between the two of them. I don't know, probably closer to 200 years between the two of them. That takes a lot. And you have put a lot of blood and sweat and financial outlays into these businesses, as well as other businesses that you have been involved in. And even if, there was some dialogue about what we could consider up to 2015 and after 2015 or what have you, and I have the same question, so I appreciate the chair asking it. But even if, Mr. Malfitano, I were to reconcile that by looking only at 2015 forward, if you were to be given the benefit of the doubt that everything pre-2015 should be separated, and whatever legal theory someone might want to pursue, double jeopardy, res judicata, whatever, that we're stopped from considering those items, even if you set all that behind us and just wanted to focus on what happened since 2015. Since 2015, the information I have is that you're a couple of $1 million in debt to some people, and lawyers and contractors and government agencies. That's since 2015. And since 2015, the information that I have is that you have been untimely in supplying information in the investigative process. up to and including, Mr. Malfitano, I might emphasize, a request for investigation funds, which in and of itself could be a basis for denying the application. That is failure to furnish those funds within the time period desired. Now, for the record, it's my understanding you made a recent payment of those investigative fees. But talk about a day late and a dollar short, or $29,000 short, perhaps in this case. But I just am just struggling to reconcile the two different Malfitanos here. And you mentioned this business plan that you have. I mean, that's the kind of thing you don't come in with today. That's the kind of thing you submit during the course of the investigation process. So when you are here today, you can answer questions about it, and we can turn to page so-and-so and ask you how you arrived at this calculation and that calculation. And so it really bothers me that with your sophistication, with all that you have done, and with your interactions heretofore with the Gaming Control Board, I would expect you to operate with a bit more sophistication about the process. I would expect you to have participated in a clean, timely, functional, orderly investigation process. Information requested, information supplied. Information requested, information supplied. You want it, here it is. That's the kind of thing that I would have expected from you, especially having gone through this before. And having the familiarity in business and with government agencies that you have had. And it baffles me why from 2015 forward, we didn't see a clean investigation process. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. As my colleague said, I too want to have an open mind. Quite honestly, you just haven't given me a lot to work with. And when the investigative fees that were requested come in, I don't know, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I mean, the board meeting's here. What are you supposed to do with the last minute investigation payment or last minute plan for satisfying your debts? No showing of any agreement. You might have it sitting in front of you, but I don't have it sitting in front of me. And so it's just impossible that I could move forward favorably with regards to this. You haven't given me anything to go on, Mr. Malfitano, that says, you know what, he made a compelling case. He showed that he got his act together. He understands the seriousness of the application process. He complied in a timely manner at every step along the process. You've given me nothing to go on. You've given me nothing that I can hang my hat on and stand in front of the Gaming Commission and says, Terry Johnson stands behind this applicant. You should stand behind this applicant too. You've given me nothing material that I could use in that regard. And I'm very, very disappointed that that is in fact the case. The only question for me at this point in my mind is this something that just should be denied outright, or is this something that should be referred back to staff for further investigation, as staff had sought to do some investigative items? And incidentally, Mr. Malfitano, it's not your call to say how far the investigation should go, what's probative for investigators to evaluate, consider. That's not your call to make during the investigation process. But I'm somewhat torn at this point between saying, you know what, you had an opportunity to learn from 2015 forward and come forward with a decent application and a decent compliance with that application, and you failed to do so, and you must, whatever consequences arise, they arise. Between that and saying, okay, now that we have some funding that has been requested, still seems like there's some information outstanding that staff requested that was not furnished, which really bothers me. But I can tell you definitively, there's not a yes vote coming from this chair, not today. The only question is it a no vote on the whole package or referring back for investigation? So, Mr. Chairman, those are my thoughts up to this point.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Member Johnson. Mr. Malfitano, the thing that is difficult for me and that I struggle with is that as I sit here and listen to you, you're clearly a talented, intelligent person. There's no question about that. I mean, your ability to weave through the truth in a way that just, just touches on the edges is, I mean, for better or worse, it's a talent. You should have been a lawyer, candidly. But your failure to pay the investigative fees, because we operate on revolvers, meaning that you fund the account and you fund it sufficient to allow for the investigation to be brought to full completion. Because you failed to do that, the investigation was not completed. And so there can't be an affirmative vote. It's not possible. What we can have, Mr. Senior Dag, do you have
Chair Gibson, it's my understanding that he did finally pay those fees. I think it was March 30th.
He did, but was it in sufficient time for there to be a complete investigation?
I don't believe so, no. I would defer to Chief Labadie on that one.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Please let me finish. Chief Labadie, would you respond to that?
Yeah, so there's two phases of this. One is to remove from the denied applicant list. And then,
right.
As you've discussed, at one point, Mr. Malfitano wanted to withdraw the application. Then he decided to go forward with the application, the second application, which is for the 2 non-restricted licenses. So the main part of that investigative fee request was to get the information we need for those. We need projections, we need bankroll things, we need business plans. And when Mr. Malfitano didn't provide those, we don't have any of the information we would need. So there's really not anything in front of you to make a decision on non-restricted license, because we don't have the information. So for the second part of the application, that was the main part of the $29,000 we requested.
Yeah, and you're still haunted, Mr. Malfitano, by the same kinds of issues that led to the denial in 2015. I think I still have great struggles. I watched this hearing in 2015 in a different chair in the Attorney General's office at that time, with Senior Deputy Attorney General John McKellar. But I mean, I don't see that you've demonstrated suitability under 170, 339. You see Reg 3090. Reg 4040, I don't see completion of the investigation under Reg 4070 sub 5. There's no way to go forward here. And so the question then becomes, I guess I'll bring it back to the board. Denial again, and that this is an odd sort of procedural position to be in as a relatively new chair and with a new board. A double denial, I mean, deny again or refer back for complete investigation and come back and what? So let me ask you, Member Katsaros, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair Gibson. So I talked a bit about the past. I wanted to get more information since then from Mr. Malfitano. I think it's already been stated. I didn't get a lot there. I will highlight during the current investigation, I was hoping to see a pristine application, pristine investigation. So no sort of hiccups or incidences since that last one. And we did have some. It seemed there was piecemealing of documentation. There was at least one instance where information was submitted to us, I think, sort of inadvertently, because it then exposed the fact that information wasn't provided on the personal history disclosure form. So again, personal history disclosure form was submitted to us. All this information was provided by Mr. Malfitano. In the process of just submitting loads of documents, I think somewhat haphazardly would be my view of it, there was information that was then stated in the documents you sent that should have already been disclosed to us. So that was really concerning for me. And then the other point about telling our investigators, and I quote, "You respectfully disagree that there is a need to broaden this investigation." It was as if there was some sort of Jedi mind trick. And I just wonder if you waved your hand when you did that and said, you don't need to do this. No, we will decide what our investigation will entail.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're speaking of. I've never.
It was an email. It was an email. I don't have the date in front of me. I believe it would have been in the fall of last year. And I quote, "Respectfully disagree that there is a need to broaden this investigation." It was a dialogue between yourself, perhaps Mr. Scheer was on there as well at the time. I can't recall that exactly, and our lead investigator on this. It's straight from your email. Oh, wow. again, that alone, it's just the lack of understanding on your behalf. What you should never have misunderstood is the fact that you got to pay those funds. If we request funds to conduct an investigation, you got to submit it. That's it. We shouldn't have to email 2, 3, 4 times. It's one request and done. And we just get it 2 weeks ago. All that aside, Chair Gibson's question, look, I'm not in the point where I want to double deny you. That would not be my preference. Okay. I think a referral or even a withdrawal with prejudice is kind of where I was at, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson.
So to back up, so again, to Chief Lowdy's point, we're dealing with one, the request to be removed from the gray list, right? If he's still a denied applicant, my presumption is that we can't even move on to the next set of questions. Is that accurate, Mr. McKellar?
You could, if he's still a denied applicant, you could move forward on the application for removal from the gray list, and that would impact that. However, if you still have this other pending piece and that was denied contemporaneously or subsequently to an approval of the removal from the gray list, the effect is he would probably be a denied applicant again at that point.
If he remains on the gray list, could we then consider the other pieces of the application specific to his holdings?
Yes, if you considered the other pieces of the application while he's on the gray list, a denied applicant, and were to approve those licensing applications, and the commission were to follow the recommendation for approval, the effect would be that he would be no longer on the gray list.
Thank you. Okay. All right, well, let's,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
may I speak?
yes, please.
Okay. I understand that everything that's being said. I understand with a lot of clarity that you feel that I've not given you the quote unquote pristine application. Again, that falls to me. I had the misfortune of sitting in 2015 in the chamber when the agenda item that preceded me was a gentleman that was a convicted felon, money laundering, extortion, racketeering. Let's see, what else? Oh, he concealed a drug conviction while he was in investigation. At the end of his hearing, he was granted a license. I'm not telling you that because I deserve a license. That's up to you. It's a privileged license. But I would suggest that all the quote unquote sins that are being brought up now for Vince Malfitano really pale in comparison to that applicant. I would ask respectfully that you allow me an opportunity to prove to you that I will be a diligent licensee and help the economy of Virginia City. I mean that as sincerely as I possibly can. I understand how you feel. I understand why you feel the way you do. A lot of the things that have been said, I don't know that are 100% accurate, but I did pay the fees. The investigator had told me a month or so, maybe longer, that his investigation was over and he'd submitted his report. No excuse for me holding off on the fees. But I did pay them because I didn't want that to be the deciding factor of not moving forward with my application and the possibility of an approval. If there's anything that I can do or say to help you reconsider a denial, a temporary license, to allow me to prove myself, that would go a long way to helping not just me, but the community up there. And I'm willing to abide by whatever restrictions or auditing or whatever you choose to put on this attachment. I'm more than willing to abide by that, and then come before you at the end of that 1-year term or whatever term you decide, and have you evaluate my progress. Have you evaluate how I've dealt with these properties. I'm more than open to that. I'd even be open to the notion that if I can be removed from the denied list and granted landlord status, I can bring at least an operator to bring gaming back to Virginia City. Virginia City is hurting, not so much because of COVID, because those people are very durable up there, but because they don't have the prime gaming establishment. And I bought it with the full intention of providing gaming there, continuing gaming. So I would ask, again, very respectfully and humbly, that you reconsider the possibility of a denial and find a way to allow me to prove myself to you. The reference is made about public beating in and whatever else I said. That's my perception, not yours. I understand that. You guys were doing your job. I cast no dispersions on this investigator. He was doing his job. He's doing what he was told to do. I get that. I would just ask your consideration for those two other obligations, or two other ways to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malfitano. And frankly, I do admire your tenacity. You have great tenacity, and you have a lot of courage coming back in front of us, especially without counsel. Let's take first the request to be removed from the denied applicant list. Let's consider that first.
Mr. Chairman, I think in total, I appreciate Mr. Malfitano's sincerity and his humility, and I appreciate, as you indicated, his tenacity and perseverance. And if I look at best case, worst case, Mr. Malfitano, worst case would be a denial. The best case for me would be a motion to refer this matter back to staff in its entirety. And I don't know what the advantages or disadvantages of our bifurcating the denied applicant list removal request versus the balance of the applications that are before us. But I would submit for discussion, Mr. Chairman, a referral back to staff of this matter as read into the record in its entirety.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson. Chief Labadie, is that something we can do? Is that an acceptable move?
Yeah, you could refer it back, and then Mr. Malfitano can decide what he wants to do. He just expressed that he may want to be a landlord. That puts him in a discretionary licensing position. But if he had somebody come in, one issue would be that they would have to file an application to contract with the denied applicant if he remained on the list. So that's if that's something he's going to pursue. He could amend the application if he wanted to come back in that form. So.
Member Katsaros, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm in line. Well, in conclusion, I think a referral is something I'd definitely be in agreement with. I didn't want to do a double denial here. I don't know if he's been sincere. I just can't gauge it very well. I certainly wouldn't be in the position of supporting the application. So I think a referral is the appropriate step to take here.
Okay, so let's take them all then together.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Yes.
just one final point or two for Mr. Malfitano's benefit. You talked about a limited license, what have you. I just don't think you made it up to that point with regards to the sufficiency of the showing that has been made. And I also want to say that if it goes in the direction that it appears headed, and a referral back to staff now that the investigation funds have been received, and hopefully there's some timely submission there. Mr. Malfitano, this is your second at bat. I mean, quite candidly, your second time at bat. That third time you step up to the plate, Mr. Malfitano, as I would predict it, and I will venture and take the risk of doing so. If you strike out on that third time at the plate, I'd say it's game over. That you've been given more than ample opportunity to make a showing of your suitability. And you have a robust record that you can go back and rely upon to see where the deficiencies were in the application, your participation in the application process and the investigation. And that third strike, that third at bat, Mr. Malfitano, you just really can't do anything less than hit it out of the park. Quite frankly, you just can't afford anything less at that opportunity. That third at bat is your final opportunity. And I hope that as you have represented here today with the sincerity and candor that you are looking to portray, that you earnestly go back and apply yourself as the entrepreneur that you are to meeting those expectations at that third and likely final time at bat.
I have a question. I have a comment. I would just suggest as to the removal from the denied applicant list. I have tried on several occasions to solicit a slot route or other operator to come on board and at least bring the gaming back to the community. But it's very difficult because, as you know, it's difficult for someone that would want to join with a denied applicant. And I'm completely okay with the position of being sent back to staff and redoing what needs to be redone. I will hit it out of the park, but in the time between then and now, it would help the community greatly if I could be removed so that I can join with a reputable gaming operator like Golden Gaming or whomever to come up. I would have nothing to do with the gaming portion. It would just be a straight lease of the casino floors to them. But to get removed from that opens the door for the community to be able to bring that gaming back, at least for them. I will stipulate to not having anything to do with the operation and just be able to contract with them. So we can't get that those machines, small amount of machines up into the properties and get that going. So I would ask respectfully if I know you don't want to bifurcate, and I heard what you said. And if I'm being handcuffed, it's by my own doing, and I get that. But I'm thinking beyond for the community. These people are struggling. The buses won't come up with gaming tourists because we're shut down by my own doing. I get that. But a removal from at least from the denied list while I'm being sent back to staff would be a great thing. And I would ask that you consider that.
What I would say to the residents of Virginia City, those who are listening, I appreciate your participation in this process. Thank you for your public comments. I have great respect for Virginia City. I'm a sixth generation Nevadan. This is the home of the Comstock Lode. It's the center in which our Constitution the state Constitution was drafted and crafted. It's an historic place. At the same time, you have other options, including selling your properties. You haven't met the burden. And so you have a choice. I wouldn't normally even say this to you because it's not your choice. It really isn't your choice, but we can deny you. We can deny your request, or we can refer back. Those are the two options. And so I'll take it back to my colleagues, and I'll consider a motion on the entirety of this item.
All right, and I will make that motion. In addition to that remedy that the chair just mentioned, you are not without the remedy of a licensee seeking permission to do business with you, even in your capacity as a denied applicant. And I understand the difficulty that attaches to it, but I think conversely, this gives you additional incentive to get it together, Mr. Malfitano. So with that, Mr. Chairman, with regards to non-restricted item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, I would make the motion that this matter be referred back to staff in its entirety.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros. Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malfitano.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Water Street Gaming LLC and Boulder Highway Gaming LLC for transfers of interest, and Michael Eugene Brooks, Timothy John Brooks, and Theodore Peter Polish III for licensure as a member, manager, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Let's let them queue in. Welcome.
Good morning,
Please
Mr.
state your names for the record.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Chairman Gibson. My name is Timothy Brooks.
Mr. Timothy Brooks. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Mr.
Welcome. Thank you for appearing, Mr. Polish. Welcome.
Good morning.
Is this council with you, or is this? I'm sorry. Is this?
Scott was supposed to join the call. So I'm expecting to be on.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Scott Shear, our attorney, is supposed to be joining this call right now.
Okay. We'll wait.
Let me explain. We had a little technical problem, Chair Gibson. So I'm Ted Polish, Theodore, and Michael Brooks is next to me, and we're sharing this camera today because Michael didn't have any audio on his.
Okay.
So that's the technicality of that.
There's always one that holds back the technological progress.
Chair Gibson, we did have one phone-in caller. We have promoted him. He is currently on mute. We do not know if that is Mr. Shearer or not.
Okay, would IT please check before we bring him live? Is that possible?
No, Chair, all we can do is we can give them the ability to talk, and then
Okay,
we can
let's do that.
request, which I did, and then we can
Mr.
request
Shearer,
for
is that
them
you?
to unmute.
Excuse me, this is Mike Brooks. I just got a text from Scott saying he's on, but he's muted.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shearer, Scott, welcome.
I guess he's muted.
Would someone please unmute him? IT, would you please unmute him?
Yeah, all I can do is ask him to unmute. I don't have the ability to unmute him.
Okay.
There's a key that he has to punch on his device in order to speak.
Okay, we'll text him. I think he had an opening statement.
Okay. I don't want you to be unrepresented, Mr. Brooks.
What the view of
Or Miss Yours Brooks. Yeah.
Do we look like twins?
You know, candidly, as I wait for Mr. Scherer to figure out this unmuting function, you don't look, I mean, so you're identical twins. I'd
No,
say that you don't,
Colonel,
oh, fraternal twins, okay.
I was looking at that the other day, we had a conference on phone, because everybody would say, you look like, are you Tim? And we're kids, and even now sometimes. You don't even look alike.
Well, let's start. Please tell us about yourself, what you're applying for here. And Mr. Scherer, if you could text through and let your clients know what you'd like to do, how you'd like to handle it, and work on the function, unmuting function while you're waiting. So please go ahead.
You want me to start?
Either one of you.
I'll start. Good morning, Chairman Gibson and Board Member Johnson and Board Member Katsaros. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. My name is Timothy Brooks. Currently, my brother Mike and I are the current owners of Water Street Gaming and Boulder Highway Gaming, and we are requesting, Water Street Gaming owns and operates the Rainbow Club Casino in downtown Henderson. The Rainbow Club Casino has been in existence as a casino since 1967. And last year we purchased the property from the Peppermill Corporation located in northern Nevada. It was one of their properties that they ran since 1984 here in downtown Henderson on Water Street. And
Tim, Mr. Brooks,
yes, sir.
let me ask you first, you three first. Are you comfortable going forward while Mr. Scherer is on mute? Is that, I mean, you are represented by counsel.
Yes, Chairman, I feel comfortable.
Okay.
I do.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And so to fast forward here, Michael and I, my twin brother Mike, came before the board and the commission. I believe it was in the end of May. We were in May and got a conditional license to operate the Rainbow Club Casino. At that time, we asked for permission to keep the casino closed until September, and we reopened the casino on September 17th. The reason we asked to keep it closed is so we could get in and do some work and spruce up the property and make some substantial investment, not only in the gaming devices, but in the infrastructure. And of course, that was right in the middle of COVID. So we thought it would be best to just go through and do a thorough cleaning. And we opened on September 17th, and we just celebrated our 6-month anniversary on March 17th. And I'm happy to report that business has been doing very well. We did have an aggressive budget, because that's the way that we were brought up, to be aggressive in business, but to be smart about it as well. So I'm happy to state to the board at this point, although we did have an aggressive budget, we have exceeded our stated budget by 22.75%. So business has been improving. We've seen with the advent of the onslaught of many of our clientele getting vaccinated, we've seen an increase in business, not only at the Rainbow Club Casino recently, since vaccinations become more widespread and available. We see a lot of our older, or not, I don't mean older in age, but of our long-term guests across the street at the Emerald Island coming back and stating to us, we didn't feel safe coming out. Now we feel safe with the vaccine available. So we know that the growth in Henderson is in our favor. 1,000 people move to the city each month. And in East Henderson in the Water Street District, it's almost been a resurgence. More businesses and more dining and gaming establishments with non-restricted licensees restricted licensees have come on board. The former El Dorado Casino right next door to our two properties just reopened last Thursday. And so they're bringing more business to the area. And we know that with the growth of especially East Henderson, we feel primed and very bullish on our future prospects. We're able to hire more personnel at the Rainbow Club. When we opened September, we had 110 employees, most of which were former Peppermill employees, about 95%. And we've since then added 10 more employees. So we have a total payroll now at Rainbow Club of 120 employees. So we're very proud of the fact that we've been able to create jobs and furnish the community with a nice dining and gaming establishment. So
this is Scott Scherer. I'm on my phone now. I don't
Welcome,
know why
Mr. Scherer.
sorry about that. I don't know why I couldn't unmute or get video on the Zoom, but the icons that would allow me to do that were not appearing on my iPad, unfortunately. So I wasn't able to do that. So I apologize for that.
That's okay. Mr. Brooks has not said anything that would be harmful. So he's done a good job so far. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. Appreciate
You're welcome,
that.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Forge and Mr. Michael. Do you have anything to add? Tell us about yourselves. So you've been involved as partners in a construction company in California. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
You've been involved as partners in a construction company in California.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I might, then may I
Please
go ahead. I've got a brief affirmative presentation, and I'll touch on some of these issues, and then I think we'd like to let Mr. Polish kind of give you his background since this is his first time being licensed.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Scher.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Johnson, Board Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck LLP, appearing on behalf of the applicants Boulder Highway Gaming, Water Street Gaming, Mike Brooks, Tim Brooks, and Ted Polich. Boulder Highway Gaming has been licensed to conduct non-restricted gaming operation at the Emerald Island in Henderson for almost 18 years. Mike and Tim Brooks have been licensed as members of Boulder Highway Gaming for all of those 18 years. Mike Brooks has been licensed as the manager and Boulder Highway Gaming, and Tim Brooks has been licensed as the key employee at the Emerald Island. Last year, Water Street Gaming acquired the Rainbow Club and Casino in downtown Henderson, which is right across the street from the Emerald Island. To facilitate the rapid closing desired by the seller, and in recognition of the track record established by Mike and Tim at the Emerald Island, the Investigations Division, the Board, and the Commission put Water Street Gaming, Mike and Tim on the May agenda and granted 1-year limited licenses to Mike and Tim as members and for Mike as the manager of Water Street Gaming. Since then, Mike has agreed to transfer 41.66% of his 75% interest in Water Street Gaming, with 8.33% going to Tim and 33.33% going to Ted Polich, Mike's friend and trusted business partner in their company, Valley Construction. If these transfers of interest are approved, Mike, Tim, and Ted will each own 1/3 of Water Street Gaming. Mike and Tim will be the managers of Water Street Gaming, and Tim will be the key employee of the Rainbow Club Casino. Mike also agreed to transfer 24% out of his 75% membership interest in Boulder Highway Gaming to Ted. Tim consented to the transfer. If it is approved, Mike will own 51%, Tim will own 25%, and Ted will own 24% of Boulder Highway Gaming. Mike and Tim will be the managers of Boulder Highway Gaming, and Tim will remain the key employee of the Emerald Island. The investigations were conducted by agents Sonia Projak and Julie Petronzi. We would like to thank both of them for their courtesy and professionalism in handling these investigations, especially under the current difficult circumstances. It's our understanding that their investigations revealed one area of concern. Now, that area of concern involved a transfer of Mike's interest in Boulder Highway Gaming to a revocable living trust without obtaining the approval of the chair, as required by NRS 463.172. Mike and his wife created a revocable living trust back in 1999, before Boulder Highway Gaming first got licensed. Since he was living in California and the bulk of his assets were in California at the time, they used a California attorney to assist them in creating the trust. Only a few of their assets were transferred to the trust at that time. Approximately 15 years later, Jackie Brooks encouraged Mike to get their assets transferred into the trust. Mike provided his California counsel a list of his assets, and the attorney prepared the documents to move those assets into the trust. Not being a Nevada attorney or a gaming attorney, Mike's California counsel did not know that the transfer of Mike's membership interest in Boulder Highway Gaming required prior approval. Mike relied on his California counsel and assumed that everything had been handled correctly. Only after Mike provided his trust documents as part of this investigation did we realize the error. That error has been reversed, as recommended by the Investigations Division, and Mike's membership interest is now held solely in his name. To the extent that there is a desire to move the interest into a revocable living trust in the future, Mike is aware of the requirements, and we will ensure that everything is done correctly. Mike understands that he is ultimately responsible for this error and that he needs to ensure that he personally handles any issues related to his investments in Boulder Highway Gaming and Water Street Gaming, or entrust them to counsel who understand the regulations and the requirements of the Gaming Control Act. Other than this particular oversight, Mike and Tim and Boulder Highway Gaming have an excellent 18-year history in the gaming industry. Ted Polich has a clean background with no areas of concern. Since the board is already familiar with Mike and Tim, I would like to ask Ted to give you a brief summary of his background, after which we would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's glad you could finally connect. It's good to hear from Mr. Sure. Please go ahead, Mr. Polich.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the time, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Johnson. So I know you're very familiar with Mike and Tim, and Tim is very active in the community, and he's done a great job for the locals there in Henderson, and we're proud of them for that. You're probably wondering, who's this guy that's coming into the game. So I'll give you a little background on who I am. My name is Peter Polich III, which is quite a tongue tool, so I'm Ted Polich. I grew up in Southern California. I was born in Arcadia in 1962. My grandfather immigrated from former Yugoslavia, and I'm the oldest, thank God, of four. So I have three younger sisters. Thank God I was the oldest of that crew. I also have three daughters, so I know how to deal with women, I think, or close to women. I grew up in a town called San Marino. Had a pretty normal childhood. Strict family. Was very into athletics. And went on to, when I was about, the construction industry was near and dear to my heart, because my grandfather and my uncle were both contractors. My father has since passed, but he was an attorney. He was an attorney in Los Angeles. And I actually joined the laborers union when I was 16. I used to go to my grandfather and my uncle's construction yard, and I just thought that that's what I was always going to do. Then I went off to Harvard University. I played football and one year baseball. And after school, I ended up working for a double gentleman by the name of Coolidge, doing heavy civil construction in the pipeline industry, similar to what we do today. After that, I had my own business called the Polish Woodruff Company. Unfortunately, I had to liquidate that due to S&L crash of the early 90s, and wasn't able to make my commitments there. And it turned out to be a good thing, because that's how I ended up running into Michael Brooks. I liquidated the company and ended up in 1992 getting a job with Valley Construction from 92 to 94. Valley was a smaller company than it is today, and Mike and I forged a business and a personal relationship. I had an opportunity. I have a wife and three daughters. I got married in 1990 to my wife Jennifer as a real estate agent, and she helps troubled youth. She manages a motivational speaker for troubled youth that support. And so after about 2 years working with Valley, I received an offer that I couldn't pass up for the two young kids at the time. Michael was supportive of the move, actually, and said, hey, this is an opportunity you can't pass up. I went there in 94, worked for the Polish they're a much larger company, had different complexities of their work. So it was a great experience for me to go from Valley to, my own business, to Valley to a bigger company where I had also worked when I was a younger guy in the summers and as a waiter. I managed field operations and grew up through the organization. So I was the president at Coalition Sons. And then in 2003, I managed to, Mike and I were social friends, and I've met Tim throughout the years too at Brooks family events and kids' birthdays and things of that nature. So Mike and I were close friends throughout that time frame, from the time I left Valley to 2003. So we started talking, and Mike said, "Hey, if you ever want to come back to Valley, the invitation is there." And the timing was about right for me because I was thinking about starting my own business again at that time. And so I talked to Mike. There was some good opportunities. I think I brought in a whole new skill set that and some people that were able to, I think, enrich Valley at that time. Anyway, long story short, it's been a good marriage for Mike and I. We got together. We've been able to grow the business the last couple of years. We've been in the $65 million range, and we employ around 200, well, varies, but 220 employees. We're proud of what we've done there. My role is I run the day-to-day operations of Valley. We have a troubleshooter, a mentor, handle operations and accounting. And so back in 2003, when the casino opened, when Emerald Island opened, I was here and I was certainly watching it in the state, and I helped. I advised Mike on, just consulted Mike. He asked me questions about, what we think, and things were tough. It's always hard to open a new business. There's never enough capital, and so I worked with him. We helped. I worked with Tim and his wife Jari, and put together my first budget, and then helped monitor the budget, and basically Mike and I, Mike asked me a lot of questions, and I kind of have a pretty good accounting mind, and so it's been a good thing. Got to know Tim quite well over the years, and how great he is at taking care of people and for the gaming industry. Mike and I at one time just did talk about me being involved in Emerald Island. This is way before Water Street Gaming was an option, and then the recession hit. The Great Recession hit in our our business. Basically, got the revenue basically dropped in half here in Valley, and we kind of lost sight of all that stuff and just tried to survive through all that. And then when then we got through that, and we managed to prosper and do well in the construction industry. And Mike and I continued to work together quite well. And then this opportunity came along with Water Street, and Mike approached me and said, "Hey, would you like to get involved?" And and that's kind of how this whole thing came to fruition as we speak today. And appreciate your consideration for licensure. I know it's an honor, and it was quite an experience to go through. I know you have to relive some of those that you probably never forgot of, but figured that with the gray hair that you were able to move on from. So anyway, I appreciate your patience in that dissertation, but that's who I am.
Okay, thank you. And just to deal with the 172 issue, just to put a point on it. Do you all understand, especially you, Mr. Bullich, as a new member, but you as well, Michael, if I might call you that, just because you're both Brooks, you understand the extreme restrictions on transfers of interest in the gaming space without approval.
I certainly do that. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Please.
I just had a question about the, I guess the post-transaction holding. So with regards to Water Street Gaming, looks like it's going to be a third, I guess, with an extra, what, 100th belonging to Michael Brooks. And then with Boulder Gaming, split 51, 25, 24. What was the rationale for the divergence in how those interests would be held post-transaction between those two? Perhaps Mr. Shear, you might be able to answer that.
Sure. I'd be happy to. So with regard to Boulder, obviously it was started a number of years ago. And at the time, Mike Brooks primarily bankrolled the operation and the startup costs. And so he was holding 75% at that time. And Tim obviously put in a lot of time and effort over the years and worked hard on both projects, but especially with Water Street Gaming, because Tim was right there in downtown Henderson. He was one of the drivers of getting that operation up and going, recognizing that opportunity and taking it to Mike. And so the idea was with regard to Water Street Gaming, they would be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So Mike will have the majority still of Boulder Highway Gaming, recognizing his initial contributions to getting it started up, and Water Street Gaming will be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, recognizing that while Mike has still put in a lot of initial funding, Tim really brought the idea to Mike and recognized the opportunity.
See. All right, but in terms of day-to-day management going forward, is it my understanding that it's Timothy Brooks that's going to have the day-to-day oversight of both locations?
Yes. Go ahead. I'll let Tim address that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shear, and yes, Chairman, Board Member Johnson. Yes, I currently have a dual role. The properties are in close proximity to each other. They're approximately 100 yards apart, and so I spend. I have offices at both locations, and I spend. I share my time between both properties. It's been a challenge, but it's something that I have embraced openly and enjoy thoroughly. And as the last 6 months have gone by, I've really got my mojo going, if you will, on how to operate both properties simultaneously. And I'm pleased to announce that business is doing very well at both locations. And I will continue to work as hard as I can to ensure that we are able to continue to employ and hopefully hire more people and grow right along with the city of Henderson. And we feel the opportunity in downtown Henderson for growth is, we're, like I mentioned earlier, extremely bullish on our future. So I do have assistant general managers that report to me at both locations. So that does take off quite a bit of workload. They're both very well qualified, competent people that I trust and that I meet with on a daily basis. And so I as time goes on, our machine, if you will, not machine, but our businesses are becoming more and more well oiled as we adjust to having two properties as opposed to one in the past.
All right, and then in terms of the competition in the area, there's a lot going on in the East Henderson area and West Henderson for that matter as well. But what's the surroundings like in terms of the gaming offerings, particularly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman Johnson, or Board Member Johnson, that's a good point, and you're absolutely right. There are more non-restricted restricted locations coming on to Water Street and in the Water Street district, as well as the Pass Casino. My friend Joe DeSimone just recently opened that casino, and he and I have been in communications, especially through COVID time, and we bounce ideas off each other. And actually, I did encourage him to if he was able to acquire that property from Boyd Gaming, which he did. He's a really a good guy, and although we are competitors, we're also friends, and we understand the idea that more people will bring more money to the area. I mean, I use the analogy of the auto show mall here in Henderson, where you have I think 17 dealerships. Or as a friend of mine just told me recently, he gave me an analogy. He said, "Would a lot of people want to go to the Strip if there were just 4 casinos on the Strip?" No. So we've seen actually since the Pass opened last week, we've actually seen an uptick in our handle and our coin in. So we're very pleased that Mr. DeSimone and the surrounding areas are bringing more competition, and it also causes us in a roundabout way to pay closer attention to our business. Not that we would never do that, but competition brings out the best in all of us.
Yeah. So in your oversight of those 2 assistants and your general responsibilities for those 2 locations, what will be your reliance upon Mr. Polich and his role in coming on board here? What will you look to him for at this juncture with regards to input, assistance, what have you, concerning the 2 properties and the management thereof?
I will look to Mr. Polich to continue I've asked him questions, financial questions in the past. He's given me some insights on how to handle an employee issues. We do talk. We meet every month with my brother and our team here, and we do bounce ideas off each other, from marketing all the way to food service and things of that nature. But primarily, Ted will be there just as to help me mostly with financial questions.
I see. All right. Well, congratulations on the reopening and the 6-month anniversary. It sounds like a good time and a good opportunity and a good place to be in East Henderson on Water Street. Lots of good things happening at that location. So continued successes to you all, and thank you for the information in response to my questions.
My pleasure.
Sorry. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I don't really have any other additional questions for either of Mr. Michael Brooks or Mr. Timothy Brooks. You guys are known to us. I did want to hear a bit on the business as it stands right now. I think I've got a good grasp of where things are. I did want to just have a little dialogue with Mr. Polich, since you are new to Nevada Gaming.
Yeah.
So as the materials would suggest, again, you're going to be on a sort of consulting type of basis. You're not going to be a day-to-day individual. Where do you currently live?
I currently live in Huntington Beach, California.
Okay. And I apologize. Some of your opening dialogue was not necessarily very audible to me, so I couldn't hear everything. So I may ask a couple of questions you've already covered. So you live in California, so you'll be providing some consulting type of services to the property, particularly as it stands with financial type matters. Have you had any dealings in gaming previously?
Well, not in an official capacity, no, but I've been involved with Michael and you know, Michael and I are together. We every single day we have, you know, we spend a couple hours at the end of every day talking about issues, opportunities as they relate to Valley construction, obviously, and then discussions about the casino and strategies and things. So since 2003, I've been very aware of the evolution of Boulder Highway, Emerald Island. We've had many discussions about that. So I would say I have a pretty fundamental understanding of gaming, you know, at least from a local casino perspective. I don't pretend to be a
And you're not being licensed here in any managerial capacity. So the question is just really generally speaking, I didn't know if you had any involvement in gaming operations previously in official capacity here or elsewhere. So that's really where the question was coming from.
I have not.
You do know that, of course, we are heavily regulated. In particular, one of the things you need to be mindful of is transfers here. And I think your counsel, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but suggested perhaps don't use California attorneys or something.
My error will never be repeated. It was
Understood. You're not the first. You won't be the last. I seem to say that quite often. So,
It'll be the last time I do it, though. I'm just gonna tell you that. I mean,
could you say that again? Could you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
No, I said I apologize for that oversight. It just didn't even dawn on me. So
Certainly understood.
it won't be repeated again. I can tell you that.
Understood.
His wife said, get all the assets in the trust.
Listed. I didn't even think about what.
I would suggest, Mr. Polish, that you familiarize yourself though with our statutes and regulations. Though it would probably be very beneficial for you.
I shall. Thank you.
And then you mentioned at the onset too, your family's from the former Yugoslavia. Which part?
Well, now most of them are in a place called Trebinje, where I've actually visited. I still have cousins there. And that's where my grandfather was from, and he moved to the U.S. in 1906 or something like that.
Okay.
We had a pretty traditional family.
Okay. No, I was just curious when you had mentioned that. As far as your background, I didn't have any other questions to go through. I think the report was well documented, and with that, I will yield. Chair Gibson, I didn't have anything further. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the exception of the 172 issue, which I think we've cleared up, the backgrounds were good and the application was clean. So thank you for that. I'll consider a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you for your appearances. And best of luck.
Thank you very
you,
much.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
again, my apologies for the technical difficulties.
It's okay. Thank you.
At least I'm not the only one, Scott.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everybody, for your time, and
Thank you very much.
appreciate
Turn
it.
off your mics and your.
Okay. Let's move on to non-restricted item number 3. please.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Naoki Kamita for licensure as an officer and director of Sega Sammy Creation USA, Inc.
And good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Johnson, Board Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, again, for the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck LLP, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Naoki Kamita. Mr. Kamita is appearing today to seek licensure as an officer of Sega Sammy Creation USA. And I'd like to ask Mr. Kamita to give you an overview of his background and how he came to be with Sega Sammy Creation USA, if that would be acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman.
It would, and welcome, Mr. Kamita.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, firstly, good morning, Chair Gibson and Member Johnson, Member Katsaros. Thank you for your consideration today in the matter of my finding of suitability as a key employee of Sega Sammy Creation USA. My name is Naoki Kamita. As a president and CEO of Sega Sammy Creation USA, I oversee finance, human resources, and operations of and act as a liaison between Japan and USA entity and the parent company and holding company located in Japan. So my employment with SSC USA Japan commenced in October of 2019. And I joined my first time with Sega company initially in 1997, so a long time ago. And then I left Sega one time and rejoined in 2002. So in essence, I have worked for Sega company for a long time and continuously since 2002 to right now, including my role of an assistant to the chairman, Senior Satomi, and I had experience to work with the current CEO, Haruki Satomi, in San Francisco. I worked under him directly when he was in San Francisco. I lived and worked briefly in the United States in 2000 and 2001 in New York, and then returned to Japan. And then I went to I joined different company, and then 2002 I came back to Sega. I have lived and worked in the United States continuously since 2011, and prior to joining Sega Sammy Creation USA, I was working for Sega of America, and I was CEO for Sega Networks Inc., and lived in California for almost like 9 years. I was educated at Waseda University and received a degree in Bachelor of Law and Master of Business Administration. So it was a pleasure working with Senior Agent Suzy Chan during this process. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them and provide any other information you may need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamita. I just note for the record, although she's not a subject of the licensing or the application, that your wife is a professor or associate professor of pre-modern Japanese literature and culture.
Exactly, yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you. There were no areas of concern in this application. I have no additional questions, so I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Kamita.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, I'll echo what Chair Gibson just mentioned, is there's no areas of concern noted in your background, and I didn't have any questions in that regard. I would be interested, however, just to get a quick update on where business stands right now with Sega Sammy in the US and what you see for the future as well.
Okay, so as you realize, I think you provide the license to Mr. Scott Windsor, who is the CEO of our company now. He's now oversees the whole Sega Sammy Creation Group, not only US entity, but also Japan entity. It means that, we made a kind of big change for our structure. So, I think you met Mr. Oguchi, who used to be the CEO of the company. He was very talented and he was creator type of person. So he wanted to make some kind of new, unique machine to the market, casino industry and everything. But, we made a kind of big loss for that. But, Mr. Windsor's strategy is more like, okay, let's take more like a marketing. We have to understand the market, and we have to bring more like a kind of market fit product first, and then maybe we can add more creativity and everything. But, firstly, we have to follow what the market is and what will be good fit to the market. So we have introduced the new cabinet called Sega Crest recently from January. And fortunately, these machines are making way more money than what we used to have called a Sega Genesis Star. We have over 100 units in Nevada, and we are sending more machines outside of Nevada as well. But we are making basically 5 times or a little bit more than what we used to make for participation sheet for each unit. So at least we are kind of getting more to the business. We were more like experimental phases, and we lost too much money on that, and we all understand that. But we basically reset everything, and Scott Windsor is basically leading as a whole, new business unit. And now, finally, we're going to be more like, making profit and do more stuff. And, finally, we can add a little bit more additional different differentiation and everything. So I think we are kind of good way to go right now. We are basically aiming for becoming profit as a whole Sega Sammy Creation Group within 3 years. And we still lose money. I mean, this year we have to lose money. Next year we still lose money. But, third year, I think we're hoping to achieve at least a break even or more. and fourth year, fifth year would be profitable. So that's what we are aiming for right now.
Well, I can say that's not unique in that in the first few years, even longer, in some cases, I could give some examples, but I won't on the record, where companies, given the numbers you just suggested there, wow, that's quite impressive. It really, because I could parallel that to other competitors in the space, perhaps that didn't have that sort of success that you just mentioned there.
Okay.
And please don't feel the need to share anything proprietary as far as numbers. I wouldn't want to do that to you on the record here. But I would be interested just like to get an insight outside of Nevada as well. And again, please don't share anything confidential or sensitive, but you've got a presence in Nevada. Is there other markets you could point at in North America that you could say, yes, we've penetrated those markets as well? Or if you'd rather not get into those markets in too depth.
Yeah, I believe we're okay to share, I think. So we're basically penetrating Oklahoma State right now. We have distributor, and that's why, of course, Nevada is the biggest state for us, of course, but suddenly this one distributor kind of tried to, get our machine like 60 or something like that. So that was good. And we are aiming for Florida. Of course, I forgot to mention the number is still small, but California, we got, we are not getting, we haven't gotten the state license yet, but we are working on it. And then we have started business. And then in California side, they're making good revenue as well. So yeah.
Okay, so those would probably be the 4 pillars for you right now: Nevada, California, Oklahoma, and perhaps Florida.
Yes, Florida is almost like a starting right now, but
okay.
Yes.
I'd call those some usual suspects, though, I guess, in North America, or at least the U.S. It's Sega Sammy Creation USA. Are you also focused on penetrating into, say, Canada as well as Latin America?
Yes, we love to, but it's more like we are just planning and thinking. It's not exactly happening, especially Canada. Nothing is happening. For Mid and South America, we are kind of talking to the partners or potential partners, but nothing is happening yet. So,
but is it correct that falls underneath your umbrella,
yes,
your purview,
yes.
all of
under SSC USA? Yes.
Okay, so all North America and South America.
Exactly. Yes.
Anywhere, Caribbean, perhaps.
Probably. I mean,
okay.
we haven't gone that far yet. But yeah, I mean, you're basically totally correct. So Asian territory, SSC Japan would handle, but outside of Asian territory, probably, I don't know when it will happen, but Europe would be under SSC USA, for now. I mean, we have no plan. We
sure.
don't have anything going on, but yeah.
Understood. You've only got a few years under your belt right now, so
exactly.
And then as far as your game content, I think I saw some perhaps at G2E 2 years ago, unless I'm mistaken. Are you guys putting any twists on the slot machines in terms of introducing sort of a Pashashiro type of experience with the slot, or a pachinko type of experience with a North American slot?
Yes, so as you know, so our company, our group company, Sammy development team joined us somehow, so that they're kind of making this kind of new challenge right now, and they have made more like a prototype kind of thing, and we are going through the all the test lab and everything. But again, our strategy right now is just focusing on more like a standard based game, and get more market share and everything. We might be able to start some kind of more like a test with the Boyd Gaming or something, just as 3 units or 1 unit, 2 units, using more like a Sammy's Pachiso game theme and that kind of thing. But it's still experimental, I would say. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully, if the test goes well, then we have to expand that as much as possible. But yeah, that is kind of slowly happening, I have to say. But it has like a skill elements and everything, so that is going to be interesting. Yeah,
interesting. I'd be interested to see that when it's ready.
Yeah, we are trying very hard now. Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, sort of off topic, Mr. Winsler. So do you report to Mr. Winsler?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. He used to suggest that he knew how to speak Japanese fluently. For the record, is that accurate?
Actually, it's surprising. He not only he knows the language, but he knows how to behave in like a Japanese context.
Sure.
So I feel like, okay, he knows how to talk to all the senior guys and in the formal sense, formal context and everything. So I was very surprised. And then that is very, very helpful for me because he understands whatever Japanese culture. So something kind of awkward happening, then he understands, okay, this is happening because this culture and that culture. So yeah, that is very, very helpful.
Okay, and that's helpful to know because I always wondered, I could never really judge for myself whether or not that was accurate.
Yes. But,
Again,
yes.
you have very clean background. I'm fully supportive of your application. I appreciate the dialogue here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Member Johnson, you have any questions, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Aoki. Thank you for your appearance here today.
Morning, Mr. Johnson.
You've been in the position now for about 1.5 years, is that correct?
Exactly,
Coming up
yes.
on 2 years?
Yes.
I just wanted to get a feel. I've looked at your history and your qualifications. You're obviously qualified for the approval that you're seeking here today. You have compiled an impressive record of business success, both here in the U.S. and in Japan. You've done well for yourself professionally. I just wanted to ask you about your vision generally for going forward. You've been in the position now for coming up on 2 years, and I just wanted to hear a little bit about what your plans are and where you hope to see things, for example, 2 years from now under your leadership and your current role.
Yes, this is my vision and also Mr. Windsor's vision as well. But, because our business is mainly focusing on, Nevada and other US states, so we are basically, kind of moving multiple, workloads and everything from SSC Japan right now. So one job I'm doing right now is taking over all the, corporate stuff, because it was more like handled like a very temporary way, so that finance and, accounting and everything was handled by Japan side. And, that kind of slowed down the process in our side. So that, well, now I don't have like an official accounting person, but I'm working with local accounting firm called Rubin Brown and Bank of Nevada right now to kind of establish all the finance and accounting function using external resources, but all the automation and kind of stuff, so that I can control the cash flow management and everything in-house. So that's what we are working on, kind of similar to, legal and other stuff as well. It doesn't mean I'm going to do all the legal stuff. I just have to work with the external legal firm, but it used to be, once it goes down to Japanese headquarters and somebody is, taking care of communication with, a legal house in Nevada or whatever. That's what I like to change, and I'm changing right now to establish the strong back office in our side in the US, in SSC USA in Nevada right now.
Okay, and between the accounting and the legal functions, does that include things like compliance, internal controls?
Compliance part is also, what we like to do, but, at the same time, there's a little bit complexity because Sega Sammy Holdings is working on, integrated resort in Japan right now. So, who should handle what is still a little bit vague, but, I'm actually working on clarification on that as well right now. So,
I see. All right. Well, again, the investigative materials didn't produce anything but positive results. And so you have, as I said, compiled a good professional record for yourself, and wish you the best going forward in this position as well. And thank you for your appearance and for answering the questions today.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your appearance. Mr. Johnson mentioned, Mr. Kameda, very good job. So I will consider a motion at this point.
All right, I will move for approval then of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Have a good
very much
day.
for your time.
Okay. them queue out. And let's take a short break if we can. Let's say 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's get going. IT, are you there? IT?
Hello, court reporter's back.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
I hate this. This should be the. This is here. Bring him over here, babe. Put him away.
Sorry, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
I apologize. The spotlight's off and we're live. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Let's move on to non-restricted number 4, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Rancho Mesquite Casino, Inc. for a transfer of interest.
Okay. Let's let them queue in. Waiting for Mr. Alonso, are you there? Okay. All right, we got Mr. Ernie Lee, Mr. Greg Lee, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, and your counsel, Mr. Michael Alonso. I need to wait until I can see his bright and smiling face until we begin. Just 1 second here. Let's let Mr. Alonso. There he is.
Certainly audible. I think you're on, Ernie. I hear you.
You're on. Okay, let's start. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. And it's still morning by a few minutes here. Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, as read into the record by Madam Secretary. On the virtual meeting with me today, we should have Greg Lee, which I saw him come up, and who's the trustee of the Gregory T.H. Lee 1999 Trust, and he's the transferee on the application before you today. In addition, Ernest T.H. Lee should be on. I saw Mr. Ernest Lee pop up as well, and he is the transferor. Mr. Chairman, to your permission, I'd like to take a moment and recognize the board staff for the great work on this matter. Specifically, I would like to recognize Senior Agent Morgan for the work that he did on this application and the investigation. He was great to work with and very professional, and we appreciate that very much. By way of quick background, in 2015, Rancho Mesquite Casino, Inc. and the Lee family created the employee stock ownership plan. And I know Member Johnson was on board at that time and got to review this. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you were involved in this as well, but wearing a different hat. And that transaction, we believe, is very successful. As a result of that transaction, the employee stock ownership plan, or ESOP, purchased all the equity securities from the Lee family in Rancho Mesquite Casino, Inc. And as consideration for that purchase, members of the Lee family received seller notes from the company, as well as warrants. And there were 2 classes of warrants and non-voting shares. And those non-voting shares, or a portion of them, are what's before you today. Mr. Ernest Lee decided to sell his interest in the company, and Gregory Lee, through his trust, agreed to purchase those interests, which includes his share, Mr. Ernest Lee's share of the seller notes, his share of the warrants, and the non-voting shares before you today. The parties consummated the transactions involving the seller notes and the warrants. And let me go through that very quickly. The seller notes didn't require any prior approvals. The warrants, we were allowed by condition to request from you, Mr. Chairman, administrative approval for the transfers of those warrants, which you provided. And the parties closed those 2 transactions. And the final piece was the applications for board and commission approval on the transfer of interest in the non-voting shares. And that is why we are before you today. So with that, we are prepared to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Okay. Well, first, let me say thank you for that, Mr. Alonso. It's always good to see you. And yeah, I just want to, I'm pleased to hear I was a in the Attorney General's office at the time that the ESOP was first put forward, and there were some questions about the structure, and it's turned out to be successful, which is good news. I'm pleased to hear that your employees are able to participate in ownership. That's a good thing. So thank you for your generosity toward that. Do you or Mr. Ernie Lee have anything to discuss with us? Anything you'd like to share about this transaction, please?
Am I audible?
You are.
Okay. Do you guys want me to go first? Mike, Greg?
That's fine. I'll talk a little bit about the ESOP afterwards, but go ahead on the transaction.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of thought in the sense that when we were discussing some other business, Greg and I are working out a bunch of things for the last couple of years. We've got a lot of business that's tied together, but we've started working more independently. And this was something that came up, and I thought it was.
Ernie, you just dropped out. Your voice just dropped out.
Is it back?
Yes.
So I thought it was good. I'm working on some things non-gaming related at the moment. I'm spending the bulk of my time on these projects, and I still like to be involved and pay attention to what's going on in Mesquite, but I don't really have the same connection to that property as Greg does. He spends more time working with it, thinking about it, and it just seemed sort of logical that, in a sense, he would gain the benefit of that work, and I would go do my own thing.
Well, that is sad to see go, but that's for sure your prerogative. So we're looking at transfer of 2,570, 0.24 shares from you, Ernie, Mr. Ernie Lee, to the regular Lee Trust. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, Mr. Chairman. Okay. After all of the transactions are completed, which the warrants and the seller notes, as I mentioned before, have been completed, then Gregory Lee, through his several of his estate planning trusts and him individually, will have all of the warrants and the seller notes and the non-voting shares.
Okay. And none of this will affect the underlying ESOP?
I'll let Mr. Gregory answer that, but I don't believe so.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to share with you that I don't believe the transaction between Ernie and me affect the ESOP in any way. Really, since we completed the transaction, I am very happy to report that I think it's been a great success. I think it's been successful in that we have long-term employees who are really part of the family and have a stake in its future. We've extended that from the employees just in Mesquite. About 2 years ago, we did our first acquisition, and we bought a property in New Hampshire. It was a former Greyhound racing track, and it has charitable gaming. And that, I think that acquisition has turned out to be, an exciting one for us, both as a business, but also showing that we think the culture of ownership and the culture of people seeing that their work and their attention to detail and their living, powerful core values adds to the value of the business. And so it's exciting to us that we've had successful years, like even in a pandemic. I think that we've shown that we rally around each other. We did a lot of things during the closure, which we thought a company should do, from running a food pantry to now opening up the first mass vaccination center in Mesquite, partnering with both the city and the hospital. And I think the kind of volunteerism that we have and the kind of connection to our community helps with turnover. It helps with people who want to stay in the town and see it do better. And I just feel that overall, I couldn't be happier, sort of 5 years or thereabouts later, reporting to you that a lot of the goals that we had for an ESOP, we weren't sure if it really was going to turn out that way. And I feel very strongly that the positives that we hoped would happen are very much happening now and continue to move in that direction.
Would you, because I track the vaccination of hospitality employees, it's something crucial to our industry, to our state. Would you please, through Mr. Alonso, share that information with me so that I can put it in my spreadsheet? The information you mentioned about partnering and.
We'd be happy to share, everything we have. I would say that when we started, it was our volunteers, our directors, who were giving up whole parts, maybe 2 or 3 days, or parts of a day a week, to first vaccinate, seniors, over, I think it was 75, and then 70, then 65, and then employees, what they say, the word is not crucial employees, but essential. And that has gone just tremendously well. This next step, I will say, is expanding to all the employees and really almost everyone who is a certain age. That hasn't happened as quickly as we'd like to see. And I want to share that because I think it relates, it might be helpful to you. We've done certain things like give, sort of $100 bonus if an employee is vaccinated. And then we put out a challenge to the entire workforce that if we hit 75 or 80%, that we do that again for everyone. And I wouldn't have thought that we'd be trying to incentivize, but we are seeing some of that. So the older clientele in Mesquite, it seemed like they were happy to be vaccinated right away and quickly. And so it's something that all of us have to stay on top of and make the case of how it's better for our industry and better for our company and the health of the employees to have the critical mass vaccinated.
Thank you for your efforts in that regard. And just for the record, I guess in semi-response to some of the public comment, this is not a forced effort on the part of the board.
No.
This is something that is voluntary. But thank you. And just my final comment, and I'll turn over to my colleagues. Thank you for your work on the ESOP. I think that through different structures within the gaming industry, yours and others have helped create a middle class in this state. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I did not have any questions, but I'll take the opportunity to just say good to see you again, Mr. Lee and Mr. Alonso. It's been a few years and good to see that the things are going well out at the property, and also just to take an opportunity to follow up on those last remarks and commend you for your efforts to help persons in the community get vaccinated, and just for your overall and long-standing, I might add, commitment to the community in which you serve. So, Mr. Ernest Lee, good luck to you in your future non-gaming ventures, and continued successes to the family and to the property out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Actually, Ernie's modest. You're not losing him to the gaming industry. He's spending more of his time on Eureka, Las Vegas, which continues to have some of its best results ever, even coming out of the pandemic that has been so difficult. So just want to make sure that you knew that, and that that's I'm still a minority investor in that business, and he's doing a good job.
All right. Well, I appreciate that clarification, because perhaps I misread the information that had been furnished to me, but I thought he was liquidating the entirety of his gaming interest. So good to have that clarification on the record. Thank you.
And I didn't have any questions, Chair Gibson. I appreciate all the information. I wasn't familiar with the ESOP prior to reading the materials, because I hadn't previously had interactions with you gentlemen or with this property either. So I've since been afforded some information. I'll be interested to read more in depth as to how that actually functions. But for the purposes today, I didn't have any questions on the current application. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you both, Mr. Lee and Mr. Alonso. It's good to see you.
Thank you all. Great to see you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members.
All right, good luck to you, Arnie.
Appreciate it.
Okay, let them queue out. Madam Secretary, let's read into the record the next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 5, which are the applications of J. Anthony Snowden for a finding of suitability and/or licensure as a key executive of Pinnacle MLS LLC and Cactus Pete's LLC as noted on the agenda.
Okay. I see Mr. Burnett's stubble. Welcome, Mr. Burnett.
It's not very impressive stubble, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let's see here. We got Mr. Snowden with us. See here.
I do believe he should be appearing. There he is.
I'm here.
Snowden is present.
All right. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. You have an affirmative presentation, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very brief affirmative presentation, Mr. Chairman, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Here today representing Penn National Gaming Inc. and Mr. Jay Snowden, of course, CEO of the company who you see before you. Mr. Snowden is here before you today for a finding of suitability as a key executive in his role as President, Secretary, and Treasurer of both Pinnacle MLS LLC and Cactus Pete's LLC in Jackpot, Nevada. The reason for this is to simply pick him up as a key executive in these two positions, essentially in order to update the licensing records for both of those entities. Mr. Snowden, as you know, has appeared before you multiple times in the past. You're very familiar with him. And of course, he's prepared to give you his background history if you would like. However, we thought that since you're so familiar with him, we might as well just simply answer any questions that you may have for him. Lastly, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we would like to thank the agent that worked with Mr. Snowden, Sonia Prazak, just wonderful to work with. And we appreciate her diligence and hard work on this matter.
Thank you for that. It's always good to hear. I think our agents appreciate the note. So thank you very much, Mr. Burnett.
Absolutely.
Mr. Snowden, I learned that you're from Las Vegas. Made good, ended up at Harvard, and have made your way back. And now you're moving to Jackpot. Is that the moral of the story here?
This time of year, I wouldn't mind, actually. It's so beautiful. Well, good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Board Member Johnson, Board Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate your consideration for our application. And you are correct, Chairman from Las Vegas. Actually, second generation. I learned today that you were sixth generation, which is very impressive and makes second generation not feel very special. But yeah, my mom raised me as a poker dealer in Las Vegas, bounced around between the Frontier primarily and the Horseshoe, the Showboat for a few years. And so yeah, it's in my blood. Las Vegas is home, and I'm a proud Nevadan like you.
Wonderful. We just had a full background on you in 2018. I don't have any questions about your background. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Member Johnson, Member Sauce.
Actually, I did not have any questions as well. Pretty straightforward matter that's before us here today, and certainly a face familiar to the board and the gaming establishment. So good to see you again, and certainly wish you the best going forward. But I didn't have any other questions. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson. Likewise.
Mr. Snowden, good afternoon. Phil Katsaris here. I did have a couple of questions more on the business side, not on your background. I know the board's very familiar with your background. I did not realize you're from Las Vegas either until I read this report. But I think the last report was just completed here within the last 2 to 3 years. I think it was 2018 is what I'm looking at. So I don't feel the need to go back through your background. It's already clean. There's no issues or concerns there. But I would be interested in getting a brief update. If you could just give us a sort of dime tour on where things stand now with Penn National across the landscape. And if you would start with Nevada first with your properties here, and then just broaden that out.
Yeah, happy to, Board Member Katsaros, thank you. So we have 3 properties, as you know, in the state of Nevada: Cactus Pete's Horseshoe, which is the matter on the agenda today. 2 properties in Las Vegas, the M Resort, which we acquired back in 2010, right before I joined the company, from the Marnell Corporation, as well as Tropicana Las Vegas, which we have since sold the land and building to our landlord, GLPI, right about a year ago when the COVID first hit and we were mandated to shut down all of our properties. We were in a bit of a cash crunch. We had built into all of our risk management planning a lot of doomsday scenarios, but not one that included shutting down every casino in the portfolio across the enterprise for months. So we worked with our landlord on that one and really came out of it quite strong on the back end. I'm happy to report, we have, broadly beyond Nevada, we have now just north of 40 properties across 19 states, the broadest geographic portfolio in regional gaming in the United States. And we're soon to close on a transaction on a property in Maryland, which we acquired back from our landlord, GLPI, and that takes us into a 20th state. Business trends right now, Member Katsaros, are very strong. You're probably hearing that from other licensees, not just in Nevada, but really across the country. What we saw when we first reopened our properties was that visitation levels were still down significantly from pre-COVID and from comparisons to 2019. What we're seeing now is that those visitation levels are coming back a lot closer to what they were in 2019, but you're seeing that when people do come to visit, the spend per trip is a lot higher and the time per visit is a lot higher. I think people have cabin fever. We offer a safe and fun environment for people to get away and be entertained. And I think our team members across the enterprise have done a great job of welcoming people back. And they're glad to see us. We're glad to see them, and business trends have been quite strong. And then sort of even more broadly beyond the geographic footprint, we also, as you well know, when PASPA was overturned by the US Supreme Court in May of 2018, it really we believe, created this transformational opportunity for the company because of the footprint that I described earlier, when sports betting became a states' rights issue, as opposed to, a mandate other than in Nevada for full sports betting, and then 3 other states for sort of parlay style. You guys know the law and the history. But it became a great opportunity for us because of our footprint to really dive in headfirst into this digital sports betting world. And we've done a lot in the last year. We acquired a media company called Barstool Sports. We have now since launched with not just retail sports books at many of our properties across the country, but also digital sports betting offerings and mobile sports betting offerings in states like Pennsylvania, as well as Michigan, and then most recently in the state of Illinois. And we've got a very busy roadmap. I was actually just reviewing it about an hour ago while I was listening to some of the earlier agenda items. And, we're planning to be live in somewhere between 10, 11, 12 states by the end of this calendar year. Does depend on sort of if there's any additional legislation that passes, and we might accelerate some states ahead of ones that have already passed based on population and things of that nature. But we're well positioned. I'm very proud to say that we have a balance sheet today that is stronger than it was pre-COVID, because we did take the opportunity after our properties started to reopen in May and June of last year. We did a capital raise of $700 million in May, and then later in September, another capital raise in the equity markets of $1 billion. And so we've got, almost $2 billion sitting on our balance sheet right now. And I get asked all the time, what are you going to do with that money? And I say, for now, it feels good to have it on the balance sheet until we really have true clarity in terms of, what's ahead of us. I think we feel more comfortable as the days track on, but I feel great having that cash on the balance sheet in case anything were to happen sort of out of our control. I don't want to find ourselves back in the position that we were in March of last year. So at a high level, that's sort of where we are. I mean, our ultimate goal is to be really the leading brand and the leading company as it relates to omni-channel forms of entertainment, right? So we've got some of the leading regional gaming assets. We're typically number one or number two in all of the markets where we operate across the country. So high quality regional gaming, as well as to be a leader in online and mobile sports betting and online casino. And, we do all of this, sort of the glue that keeps it together is our loyalty program called My Choice, where we have over 20 million members. And our relationship with Barstool allows us to tap into a younger demographic that maybe haven't traditionally frequented the brick and mortar casinos. So 21 to 35, 21 to 39-year-old demographic. And we've seen very high conversion of that audience to our mobile sports betting platform so far in the states where we've launched.
What was Barstool's database? The size of it?
Yeah, so I don't want to bounce around on the question, but there's not a hard number because they sort of look at Nielsen ratings, and it does fluctuate depending on how popular podcasts were one month versus what they were doing and how popular day trader segments are. And so when we announced the deal in January of 2020, the unique followers across all of their platforms was around 66 million. Erica Nardini, the CEO of Barstool, and Dave Portnoy would today tell you that's north of 100 million. And so somewhere in that range, I think is a good number to assume.
Okay, I had recalled seeing, a number thrown around, and I know there's a lot of subjectivity built into there, but I was just trying to parallel that to the database number that you guys actually have, which is a really concrete number, right?
It is. Ours is concrete because we have information, rated customers. And the nice thing is how complementary when you overlay the two, because our database definitely skews kind of mid 40s and older, with the sweet spot being kind of early to mid 50s and mostly female slot players in most of our markets. And the Barstool audience is more younger, tends to skew sports following male. And so when you overlay the two, it's almost entirely incremental.
So all complementary there, yeah. Going back to the brick and mortar, then, if you look at the landscape of the U.S., Nevada, of course, heavily dependent upon tourism, conventions, et cetera. We're a tourist destination. You're spread across the country. Are you still seeing now in the regional type of markets, the regional properties, if you will, those have fully clawed back in terms of the gaming side of things, as opposed to whatever your destination markets are still clawing back? Can you give me some color there?
Yeah, happy to. And it's actually, what I'll provide is actually quite similar to what we're seeing at Cactus Pete's in Northern Nevada and M Resort in the locals market. So those look a lot more like the other regional markets where we operate across the country. And in many states, actually, I was just mentioning on CNBC a couple of weeks ago that the month of March, we're seeing some of the strongest volumes and visitation and spend per visit that we've seen since 2019. And in some cases, well beyond 2019. And the state of Maryland just reported their monthly numbers for March a couple of days ago, and obviously a lot higher than last year with closures, but actually 7% above 2019 March. And Ohio just came out while we're talking, or right before I got on the agenda, and the numbers are significantly higher, 17% from where they were in 2019. So what we're seeing is visitation is getting closer, but the time spent and money spent per visit, because people have some extra, people have been saving money over the last year and some of the stimulus payments. And honestly, people are just looking to have a good time after being cooped up and nowhere to go in their homes. So we're seeing strong trends. And M Resort and Cactus Pete's, we had one of the best months we've ever had in our history in the month of March.
And when we're talking about those numbers, it's 2019's got to be the benchmark, because you can kind of throw 2020 out the window. It really doesn't really have any relevance to compare it financially to any other years. They're talking gaming. Are you talking more holistically property-wise too? Because you said the spend is up too. You're talking about other non-gaming amenities too, correct?
Yeah, it's more pronounced on the gaming side, Board Member Katsaros. It's actually on the non-gaming side, it's kind of a mixed bag. We're still not seeing much, even in the properties where we have group meeting facilities. We're not seeing that demand pick up the same way that we're seeing visitation and time spent on the gaming floor. But there is strong demand for restaurants. There's still very strong demand for the hotel as well, particularly on the weekends. Not quite at the same levels as compared to 2019 as we're seeing on the gaming side. I think it's going to take a little bit longer for the non-gaming areas to bounce back.
Okay. And would you attribute some of that increase there then in that strong demand? Of course, pent up demand, I think we can all probably agree in our own little worlds, we can feel it ourselves with our friends, our family, and so forth. But now layering that on with the reach that you have with, say, online gaming, as well as sports betting, Barstool in your case, being able to tap into those other tools that you have to draw in more brick and mortar play?
Yeah, so one of the things I mentioned on our last earnings call is that of the properties where we have converted our sort of, brand agnostic sports books, we just opened initially retail sports books. It was just called the sports book. And when we converted those over to Barstool branded sports books, what we've seen is an immediate jump in sports betting handle of about 30%. But importantly, what we're seeing is the food and beverage areas that are adjacent to the newly branded sports book, as well as the adjacent gaming areas, are also up close to 30% year on year. So we are seeing that the more that we are able to market to that younger demographic. And I think part of this as well is the dynamic where that there haven't been as many forms of entertainment post-COVID. Movie theaters are just now starting to reopen. Restaurants, unfortunately, it's been, capacity has moved up and moved down and moved up. Sporting events, concerts, there's been less forms of entertainment when you do feel comfortable leaving. And so with the brick and mortar casinos being great destinations, we've actually seen the younger demos that we're seeing on mobile sports betting. We've seen a lot of those younger demos coming in for the first time and coming in a lot more frequently, much like the Las Vegas Strip model, where it's not so much in the 50s. We're seeing people in their 20s and 30s that are coming in and maybe have never played a live blackjack game in their life. Maybe they've done it online, digital, or they've bet on sports with their friends, a March Madness bracket. Now they're coming in to actually bet real money on sports betting and play blackjack, play roulette, play craps, baccarat, what have you. And so we are seeing that younger demo come through, and it's obviously our goal right now to keep them within the ecosystem. And one of the things that we've been sort of touting publicly is that what we've seen is any customer in our ecosystem that engages with us on more than one of our offerings, right? So if somebody is typically, as the baseline, they've only visited one of our casinos, they're worth X. But if they visited more than one of our casinos, then it's a multiple of X. And if they've engaged with us on one of our mobile offerings, or even retail sports betting and retail casino, like any one of these offerings you add, and the value, the worth of that customer, the loyalty just starts to move up exponentially. So that's our goal right now, is to make sure that we are the leader, regardless of your age, regardless of gender, regardless of whether you only go to brick and mortar or you only like to engage on your mobile device, that we are the name that comes to mind when you think about sports betting, gambling, and entertainment.
Understood. Well, I appreciate the overview and your insight into what's happening out there. So I didn't have any other questions, so I'm happy to support the application today. Chair Gibson, didn't have anything further.
All right, Member Johnson, do you have anything further?
I did not, thank you.
Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Burnett, Mr. Snowden. It's good to see you both.
Thank you, everyone. Good to see you.
Madam Secretary, let's go ahead and read the next item into the record.
Next item is non-restricted number 6, which is the application of Alfred Randall Tillman for finding of suitability as a director of Boyd Gaming Corporation.
Okay. Welcome. Let's let them queue in. Mr. Giordano, good to see you. Let's let your client, Mr. Tomlin, queue in. Mr. Tomlin, are you coming to us from Wyoming?
No, I'm not. I'm a resident of Las Vegas.
Oh.
Have been for quite a while.
Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
There you are. Okay. Well, welcome. Please state your names for the record, if you would.
Thank you. Chairman Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaro, and I'm sorry for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with the applicant, Randall Thoman. With me at the virtual podium, Randall Thoman. This is an application for Mr. Thoman to be found suitable as a director, and specifically as the chairman of the audit committee of the board of directors of Boyd Gaming Corporation. We really don't have an affirmative presentation, but I would ask permission if Mr. Thoman might provide you guys with board members with an overview of his background, education, experience, if that's acceptable.
Please, Mr. Thoman, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair Gibson, Board Member Johnson, Board Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. I consider this and recognize this is an opportunity and a privilege to be considered suitable as a director and the audit committee chairman at Boyd Gaming. I was born and raised in Wyoming. I would have to characterize it, I suppose, as a Norman Rockwell experience based upon what we experience today. Very fortunate to be raised on a small ranch with parents there every day, teaching me how to work. And at the time, I suppose I felt like I was the most put upon and persecuted boy in the world because hard work was a way of life. I graduated from Cokeville High School, went to the University of Wyoming, where I played football for a year. I was injured, took a 2 years to do a church missionary work. Came back and enrolled at the University of Utah, where I graduated and started in the office of Deloitte and Touche in Salt Lake City. I was there for 5 years and then went back to our national office for 2, where I was in the accounting research department. I came from the research department to Las Vegas in 1983 and began to serve the gaming industry. My first experience was the 6 properties owned by the Hughes Corporation at the time. Went through that transition, and during my time in Las Vegas, probably served every large public gaming company with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. I retired after being transferred several times also during my career. Retired in 2009. Went on the board of Southwest Gas as a director. I was also on the board of Shuffle Master or Shuffle Entertainment as the director and audit committee chairman until its sale in 2013. Since that time, I was on the audit committee of SLS and recently joined the board of Boyd Gaming in September of 2019. Nevada's been, very good to me, and this is where I choose to live. I enjoy being here.
Well, thank you for that. I'd seen your when I first saw your background, I thought, well, he lives in Wyoming. It's interesting that he's connected to Nevada in this way. And then I saw your Southwest Gas sort of audit committee membership, and then Shuffle Master, SLS, Boyd, and so on. But now I understand that you are a resident, so that's good. I appreciate your extensive background as an audit committee member, and your accounting background, including and especially complex accounting. So this is a clean background. I have no additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Yeah, all right. I just wanted to ask, prior to the last decade or so of your audit committee experiences, did you say that your prior accounting experience, experience as a CPA, involved any gaming activity?
Yes, I served 28 public companies in Las Vegas, either as the primary partner or the secondary partner, and the majority of those were gaming, including being the audit partner on Boyd Gaming for many, many years prior to my rotating off. And I served all of the Hughes Corporation casinos before they were sold. I was on the engagement of the old Sahara, Caesars, Wynn. About every public gaming company in Nevada. I went through the construction of the Borgata, Atlantic City. So I attended a lot of audit committee meetings. When you figure that they have at least 4 a year, and I served 28 companies, and a majority of those were gaming over from 1983 till 2009. That's a lot of audit committee meetings. So I enjoyed that experience, and it provided a broad range of experience to draw from.
Yeah, I see that. And you've been licensed and perhaps remain licensed in a number of other domestic jurisdictions as well, right?
Well, I was when I was on the board of Shuffle Entertainment, we were licensed in many jurisdictions, and then my license was not renewed after that sale. And when I joined Boyd, we began the licensing process again. And so at the present time, I'm licensed in several jurisdictions based upon my recent involvement on the board and as audit chairman of Boyd. Yes.
Okay. Well, looks like a very good career in terms of qualifying you certainly for the application at hand. Your accounting degree, a CPA in 2 states, as well as the decade plus experience on audit committees themselves, in addition to your prior practice assisting those public companies and working on and attending audit committees. So that and the broad regulatory experience you have certainly would eminently qualify you for the approval that we're here today for. So I didn't have any other questions, but I appreciate your appearance and thank you for the information exchange.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Tillman, I didn't have any questions either on your background. It's very clean. I'm happy to support your application here today. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Tom. Giordano.
Thank you very much, Chairman
Wish you
Gibson.
the best of luck.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's let them queue out. And as you do so, Madam Secretary, if you read the next item into the record, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which is the application of Andre Michael Filosi for licensure as a key employee of Sam Well Inc., doing business as Fremont Hotel and Casino.
Welcome, Mr. Filosi.
Hello.
And you are represented here by, let's see. Who's your counsel? Greg. Oh, there you are. Mr. Giordano, welcome. Okay, please take your names for the record, please.
Thank you. Chairman Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, once again for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing here on behalf of the Fremont Hotel Casino and the applicant, Mr. Andre Filosi, who is at the virtual podium with me. Again, want to really don't have a affirmative representation here, Mr. Chairman, but with your permission, I'd ask Mr. Filosi to give an brief overview of his background, education, experience, and then we'll be happy to answer questions after he has provided that to you.
Please, go ahead, Mr. Filosi.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gibson and Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. My name is Andre Filosi, and I moved to Las Vegas from Rochester, New York in 1977. The week that Elvis died is when my family moved out. Went to El Dorado High School and did some odd jobs, but I'll fast forward until my first gaming company was when I started as a change person at the Westward Ho, which is located on the Strip, or was located on the Strip back in the early 80s. And then I went to another property, the Maxim Hotel, and that's where I started in the slot department as a slot floor person. And I was fortunate enough to join Boyd Gaming in 1985 at Samstown. And through different positions over my 35-year career with Boyd, I spent about 20 of them with Samstown. But I also worked downtown in 1990. I worked here at the Fremont Hotel. By that time, I was an assistant slot manager. Started as a slot shift manager, worked my way up to assistant slot manager. And in 1996, when Boyd opened Main Street Station downtown, I was the opening slot manager there as well. In addition to Samstown and the 2 downtown properties, I also worked for about 8 years at the Orleans Hotel. And I was the general manager of the Suncoast for 2 years before I came downtown, and was the general manager of the California Hotel and Main Street Station. When Jim Sullivan retired in July of last year, after his 35 years with the company, they added the Fremont Hotel to my responsibilities, and that's where I am here today. Be happy to answer any questions.
So tell me about, if you would, Mr. Filosi, just to begin this discussion, tell me about the items that the properties you'll oversee.
Sure. So the California Hotel is Hawaii's 9th island. If you look behind me, you'll see some Hawaii regalia. And so we're still a little challenged because there is some restrictions upon people coming from Hawaii to Las Vegas and needing a clean COVID test to go back. So we're still soft with our Hawaii business. We also have a secondary market, which is Florence and Gardena, California. And that is a senior population who also has ties to the Hawaiian Islands. And as they're getting vaccinated, they're coming back more. And then we also handle local Las Vegans. Main Street Station, which is still currently closed, is kind of an overflow of the California Hotel. And so while it is closed, we're hopeful that as Hawaii continues to come back, we'll be able to open that at some point. Now, the Fremont Hotel is a bit of a hybrid where our primary market is coming in off of Fremont Street. And those numbers are coming back. February and March were some good months, but it's still a different clientele because we don't have the air travel into Las Vegas that we used to. We don't have the base support of the tourists coming in for conventions and things like that. And so we have more of a California visitor that's coming in. So our business volumes are still soft. In listening to some of the other operators and also knowing how Boyd has properties throughout our portfolio, many of our properties are hitting record numbers. However, I have the two most underperforming properties because I'm primarily dependent upon people coming from Hawaii, which is struggling, and also air travel and people coming downtown from the Strip.
My final question would just be the adequacy of, got some dogs here. I apologize for that.
Love dogs.
Yeah, me too, except when they bark while I'm in the middle of a meeting. Your ability to oversee these operations. So when the currently down casino or closed casino comes back online, you'll have 3, right, that you'll oversee directly. They're in relatively close proximity, but do you have the capacity with your support staff to oversee all 3?
Absolutely. You know, Boyd is a large company with lots of resources, and we have from talented slot directors and table games people, many who have been with our company for close to 40 years, who've dealt with situations. And so I primarily am based here at the Fremont, and then I bounce back and forth, start my day at the Cal, come to the Fremont and make sure that I swing by there. And then I'll make sure that I pick up Main Street Station as well once that property opens. But we have some talented managers that have been with us a long time.
Yeah, one of my concerns is as the gaming industry changes, I don't want dilution of oversight of the various properties. And that's the reason I asked that question.
100% understood.
I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning, Mr. Pelosi. Thank you for your appearance. I didn't have any questions for you. The investigation materials were pretty straightforward, and I listened to your presentation this morning and the exchange just briefly just now. And so I didn't have any other further questions for you, and just wish you well going forward with the locations there.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
I'll echo the same thing. I've read through the materials. I don't have any concerns, certainly from a background perspective. You've been licensed 4 times. So Mr. Flosi, I think this is an update from about 3 years ago, give or take, just under, and very clean background. Didn't have any questions in that regard. I guess the question is, of course, managing 3 properties is pretty significant here, but understandably so. You've got a lot of experience, 40 years, in the gaming industry. Yeah, you're definitely on the higher end of the individuals in terms of experience that we see come through here. So that's to be commended. I don't even want to do the math of when you started, but nevertheless, I'm happy to support your application here today. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Member Katsaros.
Thank you. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pelosi.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, we wanted to take a moment to thank Agent Richard Bridges, who did the background investigation on Mr. Thoman, and Special Agent Christine Wiley did the investigation on Mr. Pelosi. They're both very professional and very good to work with, and we want to thank them for their efforts in regards to these 2 applications. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Giordano. Always appreciate those well wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, let them queue out, and while they do that, please read the next item into the record.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Golden Gate Casino LLC, doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, doing business as The Pass at Water Street Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at The Pass at Water Street for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering.
Okay. All right, Mr. Giordano, I will not ask who the counsel is this time. It's you, obviously.
Very good. Yes, Chairman Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary, again, for the record, Greg Giordano, firm of Donald Carano, appearing on behalf of the Golden Gate Casino LLC, the applicant. With me at the virtual podium is Dorian Sloan, the Chief Compliance Officer for the Golden Gate, the D, and Circa Resort, as well as the Director of Rates and Sportsbook, Matt Metcalf, at all three properties as well. Our firm presentation is a short, brief introduction to the applications by Mr. Metcalf, and with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask him to address the board members, and then we'd be happy to answer the questions you may have concerning the application after he's concluded his opening remarks.
Yes, I did see Mr. Tomlin. Let's let IT. Can we get Mr. Tomlin? I think he's still connected. Okay, is he out? Okay, great. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Metcalf, if you would. Please state your names for the record. Actually, Ms. Sloan and Mr. Metcalf, and then go ahead. Then go forward.
Sports. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. I want to say it's an honor to be appearing. It's good to have some feedback. Okay, sorry about that feedback there. I just wanted to say it's been an honor to appear before the board again regarding our 5th Circa Sports location. Since the last time I was before the board 2 years ago, we've gone from 5 to roughly 85 employees. We launched in 2019 with the mission to bring sports betting the way it should be to Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. I believe we've achieved that through what we believe is the best in class customer service at our sports books and full transparency in how we run our operations. Have over 18 years of experience in the sports betting space, half of those as an operator, half as a professional sports bettor in the state of Nevada. I believe it's this experience that has allowed us to really understand what the consumer has been looking for and provide a unique experience, and we're very proud to show the world. And
Mr. Metcalf, I apologize for interrupting you. Would you increase your volume?
Yeah, I apologize. Can you hear me a little better?
Still pretty low.
Any better? How's that?
If it's as good as we're going to get, then we'll go forward.
Okay. Should I repeat my statement for the board and then try to do it with a little more volume? Or...
Did you hear it, Member Katsaros? I couldn't hear him, so there we go.
Okay. I'll give a brief round.
That's, yeah, he's got feedback or it's very quiet.
Dr. Gibson, I believe if Ms. Sloan would mute hers, that would get rid of the feedback. I believe they may be in the same room.
Okay, please.
Well, now we're not hearing anything. You're probably gonna have to unmute, Dorian, because I think you're cutting off both microphones by muting.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Still getting feedback.
We're going to turn off the phone and just go on his computer.
Okay.
You sounded fine, Dorian. If you want to switch places with Matt, I mean, you sounded great, Dorian.
How's that? Any better? Good? Okay.
That's good.
Okay, I can start my statement again. I'll try to keep it brief. I didn't really have a lot to say, so I'll attempt again. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I just wanted to say good afternoon to Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. It's an honor to appear here today for what potentially would be our 5th Circus Sports location in the state of Nevada. When I appeared before the board almost 2 years ago, we had but 5 employees, and we've grown to around 85 employees at this point. Our mission at that point was to bring sports betting the way it should be to the state of Nevada. I believe we've done that through a very transparent operation regarding limits and fair odds. I have over 18 years of experience in the industry, half of those as an operator working at books such as the Imperial Palace and the Las Vegas Hilton, now the Westgate, and now Circus Sports, and half of those were spent as a professional sports bettor in the state of Nevada. I believe it's this unique perspective on the industry that has allowed us to succeed and in relatively short time been recognized as one of the top books in the United States. Once again, thank you for having us.
Thank you. So with that, you're going to be operating a racing sports book at the Pass, looks like. And that's right, Mr. DeSimone's property?
Correct.
Okay. I'll turn it to my colleagues. Let me ask one question first. I mean, do you agree that you will adhere to any of the governor's mandates regarding occupancy at within your racing sports book?
Yes, as we've done at all our properties during the past year, we fully agree to adhere to all those mandates.
Okay. All right, I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions, please.
Well, thank you for the opening. Good afternoon, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Metcalf, Mr. Giordano. I would like to hear, so what do we got for the Pass now? What do you, what's the plan here? How big is the book gonna be? How many employees are you gonna have? What are we doing here?
So we built out what I think is a very unique space at the Pass, which consists of a sports bar, and then on the caddy corner side of it would be our sports book, which has 3 windows and an ADA, consists of a staff of 7 to 8 employees, I believe, at this time, and we'll be operating from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. most days, offering full service sports betting, along with race wagering on popular days such as the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup and other Triple Crown races.
You're gonna have a kiosk as well?
We'll have 2 kiosks that will be operational pending approval, yes.
Okay, so they'll be able to utilize that during your down hours then when you're not manning it. And those are all gonna be your employees?
Correct, they are all our employees.
And the bar, is that part of the sports book or is that next to it?
The bar is next to it. It was designed with help from the company that designed our sports book. So they kind of work together, but we're not operating the bar. We're only operating the sports book.
Okay, so the bar will be operated by the property. It's just complementary to your existing space to help draw traffic, presumably, and create a nicer environment for the players.
Correct. I think the working in conjunction to design that space together made more of a cohesive concept that I think will draw people in and create a more comfortable space.
Yeah, drinks and bars with sportsbook somewhat go hand in hand. I think that's what time has proven. How are your operations going right now in the other properties? So you've got your 3 under the same parent or related entity. Then you also have the Tuscany as well. How's things going at the Tuscany, let's say?
Great. We launched the Tuscany, I guess, about a month ago, and I have a lot of experience there personally as a bettor, and was very excited about the favorable location in terms of possibly attracting people from other parts of the valley, possibly the southwest part, the southeast parts, being able to sign up for mobile apps and really experience our product for the first time. It's gone great though. I think we've seen great numbers for mobile app signups, and a lot of the locals who played at the property under previous sportsbook management have moved on to play with us. So we're very encouraged and happy with it so far.
And I can't recall when, I think that was like last year sometime when that got approval. Was that existing space that was there previously for the sports book the same space that you now occupy?
Correct. The space is right as you walk in the front entrance to Tuscany on the left-hand side where the previous William Hill Sportsbook existed. We remodeled that area and put a decent amount of money into it to create something that is in line with all of our other sportsbooks. I would say it looks very branded to be one of our properties.
Okay. And same question then for Water Street.
Just regarding
regarding the space, was there an existing book there already previously, and are you occupying the same space?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not sure if we were operating in the same space. I believe there was a William Hill book there at one time, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I mean, you've recreated that space anyway.
Yeah, regardless of if that space was the same, we've kind of developed a template that we hope to put into any properties that we move into, so people can identify them as one of our properties pretty quickly, and I think we've succeeded at that.
Okay, and then your tech stack, you're using a Stadium back end. What about your front end, or your mobile app, I should say?
Oh, the mobile app is Stadium technology also.
As well. Okay.
In Nevada, that's our only provider. Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's right. And then you have the Colorado. Was it Colorado as well?
Yes, Colorado. We operate mobile only, and we're currently with IGT as our provider.
Okay, understood. I didn't have any other questions. I did want to get an understanding though of how things were going. Sounds like things are chugging along, and you guys continue to grow. So it's good to see for you guys. And with that, I didn't have any further questions, Chair Gibson.
Thank you very much. Member Johnson.
I did not have any questions further at this time as well. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. If there are none from my colleagues, I would ask for a motion.
Number of conditions here. Mr. Giordano, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Metcalf, have you all had an opportunity to review those conditions and discuss any concerns you might have with staff?
I actually have not, Member Johnson, but perhaps Dorian Sloan has. I'll turn over to her. Dorian.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. We're just turning off the feedback. We have not seen the conditions, but I know that they're standard to what we already have, and we would agree to them.
Okay, well then I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 with the following conditions. I believe there are 6 of them. First, the licensee must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system in compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized race and sports book. 2, prior to the commencement of race and sports book and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. 3, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Golden Gate Casino LLC, DBA Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, and the licensed location must be reported to the board within 30 days of such change. 4, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. 5, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Golden Gate. And 6, prior administrative approval by the NGCB Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Golden Gate to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation, or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation if any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation. Prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation.
Member Johnson, I approve and accept all those conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Metcalf, and Mr. Giordano for appearing.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much. And thanks to Agent Murray for the investigation. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Very much.
thank you. All right, let's let them queue out. And as they do, Madam Secretary, please read into the record the next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 9, which is the application of PNK Reno LLC, doing business as Boomtown Reno Truck Stop for a preliminary determination of a location suitability for the conduct of gaming pursuant to regulation 4.105 and the application to add, remove, or modify conditions.
Hello,
Welcome, Mr. Gutwald.
good to be here. Good to see y'all.
It's good to see you.
I'd like to, with me, this is Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and with me is Robert Medeiros, the owner of the applicant PNK Reno. I'd like to start out by thanking the GCB agents and AG's office regarding their work on this application. I know there's a lot of backroom work that went with this and a lot of legal research, and it's been a pleasure working with them as usual. With your permission and barring my technical incompetence, I'd like to pull over a picture of the parcel, the subject parcel, and briefly discuss the history regarding that parcel and leading to this current application, and then follow with a brief discussion of the law. And then after that, have Mr. Medeiros talk about the plans for the location. Is that okay?
That is good. Welcome, Mr. Medeiros.
Okay, here we go with the picture.
And thank you for bringing a complex and interesting item to the board's attention. It's good.
Okay, it keeps it interesting. Can you guys see the photograph that I just tried to share?
Yes.
Excellent. This is the first time I'm doing it, so thank you for your patience on it. I'm not going to go into the history going back to 1993 just because that's been covered before. We had an application back in 2005. I'm going to kind of start from 2005 and talk about that a little bit, and then we'll go from there. In 2005, there was a large parcel on which the Boomtown Truck Stop operated. It was this large parcel here, all of this. For reference purposes, that parcel was divided into 3 separate parcels, and for reference purposes, we call it the west parcel, the center parcel, and the east parcel. And those parcels were divided with plans to put a Cabela's on it and tear down the Boomtown Truck Stop and move it to the west parcel. And in conjunction with those plans, we filed an application for a preliminary determination of location suitability was filed on behalf of PNK Reno to move that license over to the west parcel to find if that parcel was, get a preliminary determination that that parcel was suitable. The Nevada Gaming Commission looked at it and determined that that parcel was suitable. And in coming to that determination, it went back to the original parcel for which the Boomtown operated on, and determined that the grandfather non-restricted gaming rights extended to all the property. So even though the Boomtown truck stop had been bulldozed for the Cabela's that was built, and you can see that the Cabela's there now, grandfather gaming was still possible on the west parcel. And so they got that approval, and then with the plans to build a truck stop, and then the 2008 recession hit. There were a number of other intervening factors, some litigation. The neighborhood changed. But But the license itself was preserved with one-day openings for many years now. And because of the time lapse, the property had to be re-entitled for its property rights at the local level. And PNK Reno reached out to the local level, and started conversations with Reno. And Reno and PNK, Rob Medeiros, they realized that the best use of the property as a whole, a truck stop really wasn't warranted anymore. And they came up with a plan instead to build a restaurant casino on the east parcel. And the east parcel's over here. There's a little convenience store on it. And so they came up with this plan to build a restaurant casino. Reno liked the idea a lot. PNK applied for and received the land use entitlements for non-restricted gaming on this parcel. And as part of that, we realized that, if we can move the non-restricted license over to the convenience store until the restaurant casino could get built, it would help preserve the land use rights, and also it would also help the avoid the one-day openings that come with preserving a grandfathered non-restricted gaming license that's not active. And so we met with the Gaming Control Board back in July 2020, and we said, this is what we're planning. We talked about the convenience store and eventually building the restaurant casino, and the original finding of suitability, location finding of suitability, was limited to this parcel because the Nevada Gaming Commission had only looked at the project in relation to this. And so in our communications with the Gaming Control Board staff, it was determined that we should file for a preliminary determination for a finding of suitability of non-restricted gaming on the east parcel. And that's kind of led us to this application today. And before going on and discussing the law briefly, I'll see if there's any questions about that history.
I don't have any. I would ask my colleagues if they do.
I don't have any questions on the history either.
Great. So we applied under
Member Johnson, just quickly. Member Johnson, do you have any questions?
No, I did not. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pablo.
Thanks. So we applied under a Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.105 for a preliminary determination of location suitability. We provided information to staff, and I know they've assembled a lot on their own that shows that we've met the requirements for that. But to briefly summarize what those requirements and how we've met them, we need unusual circumstances to file this application and to have it approved. Starting with grandfather locations, then those tend to be unusual in and of themselves. We have a pandemic and the 2008 recession, one-day openings for many years, the negotiations with Reno and the litigation of which you're aware. And so we feel that those constitute the unusual circumstances that would justify this application. We've been in communication with Reno and provided proof of the entitlement of that property. And we've addressed the requirements of NRS 463-1405 and NGC Regulation 3.010 regarding the location suitability. And we can dive into that more if you would like. But that pretty much sums up the law itself, and we can go from there.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Goodwell. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions, and then I'll jump in as I feel like it's appropriate. Are you done, Mr. Gutwald?
I am.
Will you pull down the?
Oh, yes, I will.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. There are my colleagues. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutwald, Mr. Medeiros.
Good afternoon.
No, thanks for that visual of the map. We did have that in our materials, but yeah, this was unique for me. I've never seen anything like it, and I did have some questions at first. I guess at the outset, I will say the investigation revealed that this met the, I guess, standards that we have within the regulations, I guess, for us to consider this. Just a couple of quick follow-up points in case I missed it. At the point that you subdivided, because again, it was all originally one parcel, right? So
yes.
At the point that you subdivided it, the truck stop is where Cabela's is now, right?
Correct.
So you kind of, I guess, demolished that. Cabela's got built. And at that point, you needed to then determine which parcel you were going to attribute the license to, or
Correct.
the ability to have gaming in one of those. And you selected the western one.
Correct.
At any point, at that point, when you subdivided it, had you chosen, say, the eastern one, to your mind, was there any complication with doing so?
No.
Okay. So you had and that's what our materials suggested too, but I wanted at least a representation from yourself that that was in fact the case. And
there was a real intent to build a truck stop on that west parcel, but as you can tell from the picture that we provided, things were way different back in 2005. And there's a whole lot of development that's gone on around there. And it makes a lot more sense both for the city of Reno and the neighbors to build a restaurant casino rather than a truck stop.
Yeah, no, I would concur with that. I am mindful of that. And also just generally speaking, if you had the ability to select the eastern lot originally, there wouldn't have been any problem. You weren't inhibited from doing that. Locally too, at this point, you've obtained whatever approvals that you need for local zoning, correct?
Correct. And we provided that to the board, and the city of Reno has been a delight to work with. We're in the process of applying for our Reno licenses as well. One of the pleasant surprises of that is Lance Ferrato, supervisor from the Reno, from the Gaming Control Board, is now one of the managers over at the Reno license. So he gets this stuff. It's really been a lot of fun because he actually worked on this before we moved over. So it's like, that was a nice score.
Yeah, no, that was a great score for the city of Reno and a loss for us.
Yeah.
So have you obtained all the approvals that you need then locally for that parcel?
We've attained the land use requirements. Reno will wait for the Gaming Control Board to act on the gaming stuff before they issue the gaming licenses, but they're very comfortable with what the Gaming Control Board is doing and essentially defer to whatever the Gaming Control Board does.
So would that be your last step then?
Yes.
Okay, because where my question is going is, what if you were to get a favorable outcome here, right? Gets approved, and then you go back to the city and whoever else you need to, I assume you don't need anything from the county, and they said no. Are you going to come back to us then and ask us to reverse our decision? I want to make sure I understand that.
No, in a worst case situation, if that occurred, we could stick a trailer on the east parcel with some administrative approval. The conditions are fairly flexible in that regard. So we could do a one-day opening if we needed to, or we can go to the west parcel if we need to. We will see what Reno does, but I don't anticipate any problems at this point whatsoever.
Because putting the truck or trailer there would satisfy. I think what you're getting at is the grandfather clause to meet that. But what I'm getting at is, what if you were to get a favorable outcome here at the state level, and then you go to local level, and all of a sudden they said, no, this isn't right, and all of a sudden you're not able to construct what you wish to construct, which is a non-restricted location. Is you're saying that's not a possibility?
It's, nothing's impossible, I've learned. I think it's very unlikely.
Okay, so you feel confident, because then I could see you trying to reverse this out and trying to reapply it to the western side.
Yeah.
The ownership of the parcel, the east and the west.
Yes, it's, I can't speak to the west parcel. I used to know, but I can't, Rob would know. The east parcel is owned by BCH Gaming. That's the same entity that owns Boomtown Casino across the street. And that's solely owned by Rob. And so is PNK Reno, the entity that currently holds the Boomtown license. And I'll let Rob address who owns the west parcel.
Yeah. Excuse me, for the record, this is Rob Medeiros. The west parcel is actually owned by SJP Reno Property LLC, which is the landlord for all of the Boomtown Casino Hotel operations. So they are the landlord for the hotel, the RV park, some undeveloped land, and the mini mart site where we're talking about the proposed casino.
Okay.
Okay, and the east parcel again is what entity?
They're both owned by the same entity, SJP Reno Property.
Exactly the same. Okay, I thought we were drawing a difference there, because that's what my materials suggested they were both the same ownership.
I misspoke.
Yeah, BCH Gaming is the operating entity and the tenant of SJP Reno Property.
Okay. A lot of acronyms there, a lot of letters, so I wasn't able to write them all down that quickly. But the eastern parcel where the Chevron station is right now. So your plan there would be to maintain that Chevron station and then build the restaurant, I guess, north of it, or if I'm doing my direction correct, on the top part of that parcel map that you just showed us.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the question becomes, are you looking to have non-restricted gaming at the Chevron, or having that inclusive of the license, or as that a separate sort of consideration, whether that is a restricted location?
Tentatively, the plan is to put the non-restricted gaming, 16 machines, in the convenience store. Then once the restaurant is built, to move the non-restricted gaming there and apply for a restricted gaming license for the convenience store. But, you know, that's down the line. So how we'll do that hasn't been fleshed out yet. I do expect to have restricted gaming back in the convenience store at some point. And probably we'll see what entity we use to do that.
What's your timing or your belief in terms of the construction of the restaurant?
The plan at this point, we're working with an architectural and design team. We actually provided some exterior renderings of the building to the board. I'm not sure if that made it to the packet or not. Just to give you a sense of what we're looking for in that building. If all goes well, and it's kind of interesting to say at the hopefully the tail end of a pandemic, but if all goes well, we would exercise the temporary license in June, July of this year. Around that same time, we'd be going out to bid, getting our permits for the project, hopefully be under construction sometime in the summer, and then mid 2022, have the new restaurant casino operation up and running.
Okay, so about a year or so from now. Okay. The Chevron station now, how many machines are there?
There's 6 today.
6. Is that location normally a location that would be able to have 15 machines, Mr. Gutwell?
No.
Okay. I'll hold off further questions for now. Chair Gibson.
Thank you for those questions. Thank you for the responses. Member Johnson, do you have any questions, sir?
Actually, the question I had was just asked and answered, the number of machines that were previously in existence there. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Gutwell, are you going to come in and ask for consideration that they're in light of there being 16 machines at the non-restricted locations, that there should be 16 or so machines at the restricted locations, and seek an exception to what would ordinarily attach for restricted gaming?
No, we'll do, when we come back, my plan is, and Rob can correct me on this, but we just want to put 7 back in once it's time, 6 or 7, it's up to Rob. But we're not going to push it past that. The gaming isn't a critical component to that convenience store. It's nice, but 7 versus 16 machines doesn't make a huge difference. And we just appreciate you guys working with us on the restaurant casino.
All right, so gaming will be incidental to the location, in other words?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, thank you. I didn't have any other questions.
And let me ask Mr. McKellar, there's no condition that we can apply, just given what's in front of us. Is that appropriate? Is that right?
What you have before you is a suitability of location and then an application to add, modify, and remove conditions that are presently on the non-restricted license.
Yeah. And so I guess what I'm getting at is the number of machines in the Chevron going forward.
You could condition that, and I think there was a proposed condition. Yes, there is a proposed condition that would limit the operation to 16 slot machines effectively unless administratively approved for a change. So yes, with the application to add, remove, modify conditions, you could put that on there.
For the Chevron?
It would be for the non-restricted license that would move to that eastern parcel. So it would apply to the Chevron. And then if you approved the license to the restaurant, that condition would be on there as well, unless you modified it.
And we expected that. We know the board is going to want to take a look at this project before we move that license to the restaurant casino. And so as part of that process, we'll seek administrative approval to increase the machines at that time. And you all will get a chance to look at the project that we said we were going to build and make sure we did what we said we were going to do.
Okay, that's important. Thank you for putting that on the record, Mr. Gutwald. With that then, if there are no further questions, I'd ask for a motion.
All right, and so in making the motion, there are some existing conditions on there, obviously, and we're looking to make some modifications. And so I was going to read the conditions to be added. And I just wanted to clarify, Mr. McKellar, that if I read the conditions as they are to be added with the express indication and understanding that that's to the exclusion of any and all other conditions, that the conditions that I read would be the only conditions on the license if approved.
My understanding is that there are 2 conditions which would not be modified on the license, but if, for the sake of expediency, if you wanted to indicate what the modified conditions, how they begin, and then read the new condition in the entirety, that would work.
Okay, I think that is the way they are worded on this information that I have. So I would move for approval of non-restricted 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary. And so we are going to remove the condition that begins with this preliminary determination of suitability and add the condition that reads, this preliminary determination of suitability and exposure of games under this license shall be limited to that parcel of land described by P&K Reno LLC in its application for preliminary determination as the east parcel consisting of approximately 10.20 acres and currently found in assessor's parcel number 038-870-13 and shall not be construed as being a determination of suitability as to the future expansion of non-restricted gaming operations beyond that property. Let's see, we're going to remove the condition regarding gaming not commencing until administrative approval, and add gaming shall not be moved, expanded, or changed unless administrative approval from the board chair is received. Let's see, we're going to remove the condition, the surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard which has been approved, and add gaming shall not commence until the surveillance system is inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division, and thereafter must be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. And I believe the final addition is this condition to be added is this location is limited to the operation of 16 slot machines unless the board chair, the chair's designee, approves additional slot machines and or other games.
Okay. So with this is not a condition, but I just want to make it clear that I will seek to hold you to your commitment with regard to the Chevron Station number machines. With that, Madam Chair, I ask you to take a roll call.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Medeiros and Mr. Gutwald. It's good to see you both.
Thank you for your
Thanks to
time.
the AG's
Thank you.
office and to the gaming agents. It was fun to work with them on this.
Thank you. Okay. Let's let them queue out. And as they queue out, we will, Madam Secretary, please read into the record the next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 10, which is the application of Nicholas Thor Registrum for licensure as a key executive of Newcastle LLC.
Queue in. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh,
hello.
Mr. McGinnis, welcome. Please state your name for the record, if you would.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International and Nicholas Ritterstrom. Nick is here with me at the virtual podium. He's been licensed on a few occasions, but this is the first time he's come up since you've been Chair Gibson. I don't think he's appeared before Member Katsaros either, so he's here to appear before you. We'd like to recognize and thank Danielle Butler for her review and the investigatory work that she did on his application. And with that, if it would please you, I would just turn it over to Mr. Ritterstrom to give a brief introductory bio of himself, just so he can introduce himself to you and Member Katsaros.
That would be ideal. Please, Mr. Ritterstrom, tell us about yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. Grew up in Sweden and came out here to Vegas in 1994 to attend UNLV. Little did I know that 25 years later, I would call this city home. Shortly after I graduated, I joined MGM Resorts. Have worked with them since at 6 different properties, started at Bellagio and then transferred over to the Mirage. And in 2005, had the opportunity to go down south to Mississippi and to Beau Rivage in Biloxi. Didn't know at the time that Hurricane Katrina would come in about a week later. So we spent a year after Hurricane Katrina rebuilding that property, helping out in the community. But I spent 6 years in Biloxi, and then I moved up north to Gold Strike in Tunica, Mississippi, and spent 4 years there. And so after 10 years in Mississippi, I was called home and to join Luxor for 4 years. And then now the last 2 years I've been spending at the Mirage, and just added Excalibur just shy of a year ago. So happy to be here. Good to see you guys again.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ritterstrom. So how is Excalibur doing?
It's doing really well. I think we turned a corner in March. I'm sure we're seeing that everywhere on the Strip, but good weather, vaccinations, and March Madness, that's a good recipe. So we've been doing really well. Looking forward to the summer.
Good. And how does the property look? I haven't been in the property for many years. My father-in-law was a casino porter there for much of his career. passed away. But tell me, have you reinvested in the property? Does it look good?
Yeah, I think you would be proud. The casino looks really good. We had a casino remodel not too long ago, as well as a pool remodel. So the casino is good. We got some good vendors that we've joined us recently, and now we're in good shape. So just looking forward to the last piece of the puzzle is probably the convention piece, and we're looking forward to return of them. Probably the majority in Q2. So excited.
Wonderful. Well, you understand the convention piece and what that hinges on, right? That's it's critical that we get our folks protected. So I will turn it over. Thank you. Clean background. I appreciate you appearing. Thank you for your cooperation with our agents. I didn't note anything that caused me any concern personally, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
I did not have any questions of the applicant. Good to see you again, though, and hope to get out to the property sometime. It's been a while since I've been out there as well, so look forward to being out there sometime soon.
Good to see you again, Member Johnson.
Well, Mr. Ritterson, I did not have any questions either. I was, in fact, here, I believe, last time you were licensed, if memory serves me correct. And based upon the timeline, I must have been, yeah, and I recognize you. So I didn't have any concerns with your background. I read through the materials, came back very clean. And I think this is now your 4th time before us, correct?
That sounds better.
Yeah, that's right. It starts to blend together with all the different markets you've been in over your career. So with that, I didn't have any other questions. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. And with that, I would, if there are no further questions, I would ask for a motion.
Let's see. All right, I will move for approval of non-restricted number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you both for appearing. Mr. Ritterson, it's good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guinness. Okay, as they queue out, let's, Madam Secretary, if you'd read the next item into the agenda, I'd appreciate it.
Next item is non-restricted number 11, which is the application of MGM Resorts Interactive LLC for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. McGinnis, welcome back.
I'm back. Yep. Hello again, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts Interactive. And as Madam Secretary mentioned, this is a 4.080 waiver extension. With me at the virtual podium is Chandler Pohl, who's legal counsel for MGM. And if it would work with you, I thought I'd just hand it over to Chandler to give a brief summary about what this is for.
Yes, that'd be good. And Mr. Pohl, if I could, I just want to thank you for your willingness to work with Elijah Treadup on the closed event policies and your applications that you submitted. You've been very good to work with. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. My name is Chandler Pohl. I'm legal counsel with MGM Resorts International. And by way of explanation, this is a request for a further extension of what was approved last year. And given what has happened during the past year with COVID, we respectfully ask for another 1-year extension, and we thank you for your consideration.
Okay. That was quick and good, succinct. I appreciate that. I have no questions. I'll turn it to my colleagues for questions if they have any.
Have any questions either?
Okay. And if Member Johnson is shaking his head no, which I think he is, then I would ask for a motion.
All right, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary with the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approval granted in November 2012 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in April 2022.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Pohl, Mr. McGinnis. Appreciate your.
Thank you. And then I neglected to thank Agent Micah Teepee for the work that he did on this, on the write-up of this extension request. I want to thank him as well. But thank you all.
Thank you for that. Okay, take care. All right, Madam Secretary. With that, let's go on to the next item, please. Yes.
Next item is non-restricted number 12, which is the application of Dylan Peter Jamiro for licensure as director of JPPJ of Nevada, Inc. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Michelle Jeanette Jamiro as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. John Moran III. Welcome. It's good to see you always.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members Johnson, members Katsaros, Madam Executive Secretary Bell, JT Moran, a fourth generation Nevadan. I guess you got us all beat today, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, by the way, on your recent appointment. JT Moran Group, 630 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant JPPJ of Nevada on non-restricted item number 12, appearing on behalf. Also here at the virtual podium is Mr. Philippe Jaramillo, our operating owner and secretary of the company. I believe his son, Dylan Jaramillo, the next generation of his family, longstanding Nevadans again, is next in guard, next in line at this location and in the gaming business. He is here for determination of suitability as well. There are two items that are before you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, there's a request for withdrawal of Miss Jaramillo, Miss Michelle Jeanette Jaramillo's application for suitability as a director. And there's also a correspondent and concurrent application for determination of suitability as a director for the young Jaramillo, Mr. Dylan Jaramillo. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to hit three items and then open it up to question and answer. I'd like to talk.
Mr. Moran, can I just interrupt you? Let me have your clients introduce themselves. So, Mr. Dylan Jaramillo, welcome. Please state your name for the record, if you would.
Thank you. My name is Dylan Peter Jaramillo. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for inviting us to this meeting, and to Mr. Wiedmar, the agent assigned to my investigation. Growing up here in the Valley, I saw my grandfather, then my father, run the Mardi Gras Hotel and Casino. My father is a great business owner, and watching him both at home and at work just taught me a lot about business and leadership. I've worked in various roles in the casino, like the drop team and handling various accounting forms. I have a firm grasp on our casino's operations, and I'm looking forward to taking on the position of director to both learn more about running our casino and fostering a relationship with the gaming community.
Welcome. And Mr. Philippe Jaramillo, you're here as well. Is that correct? You're not technically on the agenda, but I see you're appearing. So just wanted to welcome you. And Miss Michelle Jaramillo, welcome as well. And so you just understand the genealogy here. You are the nephew of Miss Michelle Jaramillo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So Mr. Moran, go forward, please.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And again, let it please the control board. I'd like to go through three items. One, I think we've taken care of, which is obviously hearing from our guest today, and hopefully, prospectively speaking, our future licensee, if we can show and find him qualified to hold this privilege, both financially and personally. I would discern, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that he meets and checks all the boxes as it would relate to a young man entering into the gaming business, entering into a family business, which we both know a lot about, Mr. Chairman. And I admire it. I admire his tenacity. I admire what he's done. I was a sitting regent when he graduated from UNR, which was pretty cool to see him walk and obtain his diploma. And now it's quite interesting at almost 50 years of age to see the next generation step up and maintain and preserve the integrity of the industry that we've all fought so hard for over all these years since this commission was created by Governor Sawyer. But again, I'd like to talk about two things. One, I'd like to take you through the corporate structure real quickly of the entity and the ship, so to speak. And then I'd like to just give you a brief overview on the location, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to the corporate structure, I think you'll already find from your materials that this is a very closely held organization. You have two brothers and a sister that are essentially the operators of this property. They are the officers of this property. They serve as president, secretary, and treasurer of this property, and they are the workings of this business. Again, it's a corporation here in the state of Nevada, and as far as ownership is concerned, as I pointed out, closely held. The ownership is a third, and that's the way that the planning was done by the Mr. and Mrs. Jaramillo in another lifetime, going back, I think, a half a century, actually. But again, closely held. Mr. Jaramillo, Philippe Jaramillo, Dylan's father, is the operating partner at the location. Now, Mr. Chairman, you will know this. NRS 78.115 requires a director with any corporation in the state of Nevada. And furthermore, the gaming regulations require that a director come forward for suitability as a director, not just as an officer. And there are no administrative approvals, as you know as well. This was brought to our attention that Ms. Jaramillo was serving as the director of the company without having that particular licensure. At that point, there was a business decision made based on Dylan's decision to go in the gaming direction with regards to his livelihood, that we bring him forward as the sole director to comply not only with gaming regulations, but also with regards to Nevada revised statutes and the requirements of our Secretary of State with regards to business entities. So that's the corporate structure. Again, very, very tight, very, very narrow, and there's really not much meat on that particular bone. As far as the overview of the location, Mr. Chairman, this is a pretty difficult location. I know you know where the Mardi Gras Hotel is. We have 314 rooms, the Mardi Gras. Again, it's been under the same administration and operation for many, many years, decades. We have 314 rooms. We currently are approved for up to 50 games. There is no live gaming. These are all games that are on the floor, electronic. There's 50 games approved again, and currently we have 26 games that are turned on today. Again, the area is on Paradise Road between Desert Inn and Spring Mountain. We've had some issues in the past, not necessarily in our location, but in proximity in the area. We have been very proactive with the Southern Central Command with Metro and the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff's Department, in making sure to be a part of the solution and not the problem to the ongoing concerns in that particular area. It's a rougher neighborhood. It's getting better, but it's traditionally been pretty rough. And so again, by having a very, very solid communication with our law enforcement partner in the area as the business, we've been able to prevent a lot of things from happening that may have been a little bit more dangerous than we would like, but we've also been able to carve out a very safe environment in that area where patrons can enjoy themselves, and the ultimate consumer can get the kind of gaming experience that we would all expect as Nevadans and others. The one other thing I wanted to point out, Mr. Chairman, is that we are complying with the governor's mandate. We have the information on that. Mr. Jaramillo, and Mrs. Jaramillo, as well as the young Jaramillo, are very well aware of the social distancing and the special regulations that are in place with gaming as a result of this unfortunate time in history with COVID-19 and the corresponding pandemic. Before I forget, I'd like to thank Supervising Agent Nathan Allen. Guy's a stud, awesome, professional. Same thing, Agent Widmar is just incredible. I mean, it was just, again, a delight working with the two of these very, very professional folks, representative of your gaming investigations team, and my hat's off to them. They never cease to amaze me. Again, we're here to answer any questions. I appreciate the additional time. And it's just good to see you and Member Johnson and obviously Member Katsaros. I know this last weekend wasn't his New Year, or I'm sorry, it wasn't his Easter, because the Greek Easter is coming up in May, but I'll wish him a happy Easter when May comes along, and I'll wish you all a belated Easter from this past weekend. But thank you for the privilege to be in front of you all, and thank you for the time to represent this applicant on this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. And you look far too relaxed, just given the circumstances. So tell us, young Mr. Jaramillo, how do you plan to apply the four-year transform and your EE degree to the gaming business? How are you going to do this?
Well, engineering is actually very close to economics, I've found, and kind of business. All engineering is taking an input, modeling the system, and then looking at the output, right? So for electrical engineering, all you're doing is taking a electrical signal, applying the system, and then looking at the output. The exact same thing is what economists do with, money, or, you can kind of take that knowledge and apply it everywhere.
Okay. Well, I mean, one, I commend you on graduating in EE. It's one of the most difficult fields, and so it speaks well to your willingness to stick to it.
Thank you, sir.
That's outstanding, and I expect that you'll be trained well by Mr. Philippe Jaramillo. Is that the intention?
Yes, sir. One more thing I'd like to add is I basically spend every weekend and every summer, starting at 17, working in the hotel up until 21, and then every single break I had, summer and winter, I would just go work as a member of the drop team and kind of doing various reports and accounting for the casino. So I'm well versed on the daily operations of the casino. And coming in as the director, I will take a more high level approach and kind of basically shadow my dad and see how he deals with, more with bigger problems.
Okay, thank you. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Thank you.
I didn't have any questions that have not already been asked. I was curious about what your regular activities were going to be. And so you've answered that question, and sounds like you're in for a good learning experience, and hopefully the property will benefit from this additional perspective that you bring in as well. So good luck to you, but all the questions I've had so far have been answered. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moran, Mr. Jaramillo. Thank you, Mr. Moran. Happy Easter to you as well, or very shortly. So appreciate that comment. Good to see you again, as always.
Thank you. Same.
And then as far as Mr. Jaramillo, your background came back clean, so there's nothing really to discuss there. I appreciate the parallel you brought with business economics to the electrical engineering side of things. I've never really had it explained to me that way, but I think what you probably already found, and I thought I had read in the materials that you had some insight at least into the slot analysis report for your operation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I've done a little bit of that in my time at the Mardi Gras.
And I think you'll find anything to do with casinos these days, it's going to be data intensive. Especially
yes, sir.
especially as casinos get larger. Oh, sorry, go
Actually,
ahead.
right now I'm working as a data engineer and going to grad school for data science. So I mean, I found that electrical engineering transfers obviously very well to the world of data analysis and big data. So yeah.
Yeah, well, no,
Sorry
it's great.
to interrupt you there.
No, not at all. We're just having a dialogue here again. There was nothing derogatory in your background, came back very clean. But I just noted that in reading the report, and I felt that was a good start for you to have some insight. But it sounds like you've got a family that brings you in anyways on the business, and you've been sort of, I guess, tangentially, if not directly involved with the operation for many years for that matter. I'm not sure exactly when that would have started, but I'm happy to support your application here today, and I didn't have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say, I was going to share with you, I was worried about Member Johnson for a minute, and I had said that to Dylan earlier today. I said, because of the fact that their alma maters are so fiercely competitive with one another, Mr. Johnson obviously being a rebel, and Mr. Jeremio being from the north. It's nice to see that that we were able to keep it as one state today.
Member Johnson is as objective as anybody, any person I've ever met. That's what I would say. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
Let's see. All right, we've got a withdrawal here. So first, I will move for approval of the application of Michelle Jaramillo to withdraw, and would recommend that approval be granted without prejudice.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you.
And for the record, that was for non-restricted number 12, in case I did not mention it. And otherwise, I would move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, Ms. Moran, Mr. Jaramillo, and your family. And good luck to you.
Thank you all so much.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much. It's great to see you. Have a good rest of the year, and good to see you, Member Katsaros, and same Member Johnson. Thank you for the additional time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's let them queue out, and let's, if you would, unless there's information. Okay. You want to take a short break? Let's take a 5-minute break, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. IT, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We are unspotlighted and ready to go.
All right, let's move. Madam Secretary, please read the next item into the record.
Next item is non-restricted number 13, which is the application of Todd Michael DeReamer for licensure as a key employee of Plantation Investments LLC, doing business as Rail City Casino.
Ms. Burnett, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Johnson. Aaron Barnett on behalf of Affinity Gaming today, here with the applicant Todd DeReamer. I understand that Mr. DeReamer's application has been reviewed by the board by Agent Chamberlain, but Mr. DeReamer is here today to take any questions you may have and tell you a little bit about himself.
Okay, welcome, Mr. DeReamer.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and provide some background to us.
All right, name is Todd Michael DeReamer. First, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to appear today, and also thank Special Agent Joanne Chamberlain. She was great through the investigation, really quick in the process. The process happened faster than I expected, which was great. So a little bit about myself. I've been in the gaming industry 30 years. Started out in Minnesota. Not too many people start out in Minnesota, but I started out in Minnesota. Worked for a slot leasing company as a slot technician, and that's really how I started out. And then worked for a vendor a little bit in Minnesota, and then moved to join Harrah's Entertainment at the time, which is at Joliet, Illinois. And I worked for 2 different properties for them. I also moved from there to Harrah's and Tunica, and various positions throughout the slot industry. And then when I went to Harrah's and Tunica, I was over all of the casino operations there. And then found out Mississippi really wasn't the place I really wanted to live long-term. Year and a half later, I decided Las Vegas would be a great place to go. So that being said, I went to Las Vegas and was there for 14 years. MGM Mirage, 3 different properties, all mainly in the slot and casino capacity, which was MGM Grand for a very short period of time. And then I went to work for Fremont Valley Resorts, all 3 casinos, over slots, marketing, and a bunch of other stuff. And then from there, I had decided to go to the Las Vegas Hilton. I wanted to get some more high-end gaming experience. So I went to the Las Vegas Hilton while it was still the Las Vegas Hilton. And while I was at the Hilton, I was over all of marketing and casino operations. And during that process, the property went into, was transferred to the LVH, and then went into receivership. And then when Navigante was brought on, that was when I left the property and Navigante took over running the casino. So I went downtown and worked for the Plaza and Las Vegas Club for about 1.5 years. And then I left Nevada and went to California, worked for Thunder Valley for almost 5 years, vice president of slot operations. Big slot floor, super high volume. When I first got there, we had 2,500 slot machines, grew the floor to 3,500, which was their cap. And we had Friday nights where there was 3,000 people playing slot machines, some volume that I'd never seen before, and learned a bunch of great stuff on how to deal with that and how to bring that back to Nevada. So while I was there, Boyd Gaming recruited me to come back as assistant general manager and go to Aliante Casino, where I was there for 1.5 years up until COVID. And then Boyd Gaming did a lot of downsizing. My position was eliminated. And then that's how I got to be vice president general manager up here at Rail City, which everything happens for a reason, and really loving being in Reno, Nevada. And my youngest son, who's now 8, lives here. So it all worked out for the best.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate that background. I'm surprised, given all your history, that you've never been before the board for licensing or suitability, finding suitability. So this is a good time for us, good opportunity. I don't have any additional questions, just based on everything you've said and based on your background, which I reviewed carefully. I actually turn it over to Member Katsaros, who knows this area very well.
I do. It is in the north. Well, good afternoon, Ms. Burnett, Mr. DeReamer. Good to see you. Yes, I'm based in the north. Chair Gibson, Member Johnson are based in Las Vegas. Of course, I do travel, but Mr. DeReamer, I'm seeing you now, and I recognize you from Thunder Valley, but I wouldn't have placed you until I saw you just now. So anyways, good to meet you. I've never met you before. I just know you from the industry. I've been around a long time as well. I see you are taking a liking to the north already. You've got a Revision Brewing thing behind you. So that's very quintessential Reno, or I should say Sparks.
Yeah.
How are you enjoying it?
It's going really good. I really like it. The background specifically is because I'm on TV every week on Nevada Sports Network. So that's my backdrop for my show every week that we do sports picks. And then I get to talk about all the fun stuff that's happening at Rail City that we keep changing every week.
Wait a minute. Where do you do that? I haven't not heard of that.
Nevada Sports Network.
You do it on every week on what, Sundays?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's on, it's Thursdays, 4, 7, and 10 on Nevada Sports Network.
Okay. Nope, I've not. All right. I'll have to check it out. As far as your background, I don't believe I had any questions, but I did want to talk about the property itself right now. So you've been there, I'm sorry, since what, July of last year?
Yep, since July 13th.
Okay. And have you ever been, you've never worked in the north of Nevada previously? So as far as your initial impression and where you think things are headed, where you'd like them to head for that property, I'd like to get some insight there.
Okay, so since reopening, the business model has changed considerably, right? We had 600 slot machines, we had table games, we had a buffet, we had a restaurant. A lot of things have changed. So we now currently, when we reopened, we had 350 games. We're now up to 400 slot machines. We're thinking that the volume, if it continues, we will probably at the annual licensing go to 450 to 500 in June. We see things going very quickly from that standpoint. We just bought 37 new machines on the floor, really reinvested in the capital. They all went in March, so they're doing well. We've been really focused on upgrading the level of customer here. Not having the buffet has changed the business dynamic for Rail City a lot. Used to be a lot of really high volume, $20 players. Buffet brought them in, and that doesn't exist anymore. So we've really upgraded the process of how we get customers and changed a lot. If you drive around Reno, you'll see us on a lot of billboards that we weren't on before. We're doing a lot of digital stuff. We're really using the Ale House, which reopened in October. We're using that as a driver to get people outside of the general Sparks area where our customers generally came from, to really drive people, whether it's from other neighborhoods. We've also been successful at getting people off of I-80 with some food specials that are just passing through. So we're getting folks that would never have really walked into Rail City through food specials. Just so you know, we have a food special that's 5 ribs and a Coors Light for $5. So not too many people can pass that up when they're driving by on the highway. So when it says turn right on Rock, you want to pull in and get right over here. But lots of food specials, lots of billboard stuff we're doing. We're reaching to different zip codes that we haven't done before. I'm really just started to go out to the Sparks area, up the hill, and that I don't know the demographic that will know exactly where it is, but up the hill, kind of by Red Hawk Golf Course, up that way. We're starting to get in that spot. We just grabbed a billboard, a digital one on that site that's really going to drive business for us, using the food specials. We're working on hopefully this month bringing back table games, very small pit, but we're really just looking at expanding the business, using the Ale House to drive that. So currently, if you wanted to look at how we're doing, based upon budget year to date, we're 49% ahead of budget. So we're producing really well. March obviously was great for everybody, including us. We weren't lucky enough to have a record month, but we got pretty darn close. So we're proud of that fact, and the team's really stepped up.
Were you, the growth of the slots that you see into the future, where do you feel that you're going to be able to put those on the floor with your existing space? Are you going to be cannibalizing, like removing a restaurant or removing offices or something?
No, so the property at one point had 900 slot machines in the history of the property. So it's bigger. It's almost 25,000 square feet of gaming space. We have a bunch of social distance banks that are taking up space that literally we could just add a couple here and there, end caps and things like that to really maintain social distancing, but help us when on Saturdays we start to drive peak volumes. Once we hit a head count, that gets above 30 to 40%, we really don't want to live in that range very long. And Saturdays we are starting to do that. And with growth, we will get there. So that's how we'll grow it.
Okay. No, that's the answer. Then I didn't realize you had such a large floor previously, and now you're at the numbers that you're at now. So you're going to be growing back up to it. And that buffet is gone completely, or is it a restaurant now?
The buffet is gone. It was a cafe and buffet space, and we actually converted that into kind of a temporary bingo space, knowing that slot players play bingo. So we have some bingo sessions throughout the week that we do, a couple here and there. And then we're working on some Friday and Saturday night bingo that will actually drive a younger demographic to the property to grow that database that we didn't have in the past. So some fun things, like we call it bingo after dark.
Understood. And I can say for myself, I've seen loads of billboards with Rail City on it around town. So, and I know you don't have the benefit of history here, but I know it's not lost on you is that concert arena that's been built over there right on Victorian Square there. And it was kicking off and it was roaring pre-COVID, although it was short-lived because it got into COVID very quickly there. I imagine you're going to be able to draw a lot of patronage from those events too, and all the other great events that they have in downtown Sparks. So I think you're well positioned there.
Absolutely.
Other than that, you have the floor. If there's anything else you'd like to share in your business, I'm all ears. I didn't have any other questions for you today.
Some good information just for everybody to have is vaccinations are going well for us at this property. We have 107 team members. We've already had 46 of them vaccinated. We've had a little bit of a challenge. Appointments are now on hold till the 12th up here. So as they come available, our HR team literally is watching them come available. They have a list of team members and they're booking them right on the spot. So we're really focused on getting our team vaccinated because we know that that's the next step of getting things opened up.
Well, thank you for sharing that. We all appreciate hearing that information there.
Welcome.
Chair Gibson, I didn't have anything further. Thank you, Mr. DeReamer.
Thank you. Member Katsaros is our resident northern expert. So if he's queried you and he's found you suitable and or found you, not wanting, then that's a good measure. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Member Johnson, for his questions. Yes.
I appreciate the dialogue just had. I didn't have any other questions. I had a chance to review the investigative materials and everything came back positive, and good to have you taking this next step in your professional career. And also want to echo the appreciation for the efforts taken to support some of the COVID-related mitigation practices, and also echo the appreciation for the location support and the efforts to promote vaccination. So hopefully it will bode well for you and your competitors and the industry and our economy as a whole. But with that, I didn't have anything further. Everything looked fine, and wish you the best going forward.
Yeah, I don't normally do this, but I will in this case because there are so many of them. I appreciate the fact that you are a motorcycle rider. So I've been looking at an S1000R myself, BMW or Ducati, V4R or something like that. I'm sort of a risk taker myself in that way. So I appreciate the fact that you ride. That's great.
Yeah, it might be an addiction. It's so much fun, especially up here. But yeah, and then in addition, I play goalie in hockey, so I'm kind of crazy from that standpoint. Ice hockey.
Well, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate your appearance and your candor and just your demeanor as well. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Durham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Secretary Bell, is my audio not coming through? Sometimes it's happened 4 or 5 times today, I noticed.
Yes.
Okay.
So sometimes I'm not hearing you. I'm looking at you and not hearing you.
No worries.
Oh, she's just laughing at your voice. Just kidding. Let's move on to our next item then.
Next item is non-restricted number 14, which is the application of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Okay. Let's welcome our. Hello, Miss. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited, a registered publicly traded corporation. Joining me today is Senior Vice President and Head of Corporate Compliance for the group and General Counsel for AGT, Mr. Darren Dorsey.
Welcome, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Again, just as Kimberly said, for the record, Darren Dorsey, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Group Compliance Officer for Ainsworth Game Technology. And I think, Kimberly, if you, other than this is merely a shelf renewal of our existing shelf financing approval, and we didn't have any affirmative presentation, but happy to answer any questions you or the board members may have with respect to the application or about Ainsworth in general.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You know, as I looked through the background and studied it, the only question I really had was, as I look at vaccine allocation throughout the world, it's one of my flaws. I mean, it's one of the things I enjoy doing is studying these things. South America in particular has been hit hard. Brazil, as we've seen, is off the charts. So under the assumption that we don't see return as soon as possible, or as soon as we may hope, in South America, how might that affect your business?
I would think that the effect that is there has already been realized and confronted because exactly, Mr. Chairman, it is a difficult, non-forecastable idea of exactly when those regulatory jurisdictions are going to allow gaming of any operation or commercial activity of any kind. So what we have done as a company is essentially tried to re-gear and restructure our organizational needs so that we're not reliant on that or expecting from that over the next, whether that's next half year, next year, so it can get into 22 and 23 and beyond, and then be poised to take advantage of that recovery when it occurs, because we know it's just something very, almost very difficult to rely on or forecast from a very meaningful way. So we've tried to adjust our cash flow and our needs as a company so that that is a much smaller component of what our needs will be for the next year, 18, 24 months.
That's wise. I think that's very wise. I mean, I've noted that 8 of your subs are centralized. They're in South America. And so,
yeah, and we do that, sorry for interrupting, just to as we sort of structure there, because of the uniqueness to that South America and Latin America market, we're setting up the individual in-country subsidiary entity, which has the accounting office and employment-related issues, such as you can have a foreign entity doing business in those places. So that's been part of our structure over the past 5 to 8 years as we've migrated to this part of the globe and this part of the world out of our home base in Australia. But it is very, very limited activity down there for the last 6 months and will be so for the next 6 months, at least in our view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I didn't have any questions regarding the shelf application. It appears to comply with the requirements of Regulation 16-115. Has the requisite stockholders' equity amounts and all of the reports that are required to be filed, it's my understanding, have been filed. Mr. Dorsey, it's my understanding there are no immediate plans to conduct any offerings. Is that correct?
That's correct, Member Johnson. None at this time, but because it is a 3-year renewal, we just wanted to have that, for bad of a metaphor, but that arrow in our quiver should the time come to, so the need come for it in the next couple of years, we would have that in hand.
All right, thank you. All right, wanted to get that information on the record. Appreciate your appearances here today, both of you.
Thank you.
And I didn't have any questions on this application either, Chair Gibson.
Okay, well, with that, I would ask for a motion.
I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Secretary, please.
Would that be pursuant to the shelf order?
I'm sorry, I was just flipping to that. That would be pursuant to the order draft number 1 dated March 17, 2021.
Please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Johnson? Member Johnson?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
appearing.
you, Chairman. We really appreciate it and wanted to take the opportunity to thank Agent Mincha for his assistance during this application process. It was a pleasure working with him.
Much appreciated.
Yes,
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's let them queue out and let's go on to our next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 15, which are the applications of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority doing business as Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment for an amendment to their order of registration and the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay, Welcome, Mr. Rubenstein. There he is. In the flesh. Good. You know what's unique about him is he always has the backdrop, right? I mean, he is advertising all the time.
Always be closing, right?
Yeah, that's the deal. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, on behalf of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment and its Nevada subsidiaries. With me today on this Zoom conference are the following individuals from the Mohegan Sun Casino in Las Vegas, Joe Hassan, who's the general manager, and from Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment, parent company, Mark Camella, the vice president and chief compliance officer. And I'd like to introduce to you for first time with this company, Carol Anderson, who on March 15th was appointed as senior vice president and chief financial officer of the company after working several months in a consulting role. Ms. Anderson is a veteran of the gaming industry, having worked several years in senior finance positions with Scientific Games and also a recovering lawyer. Her application for licensing as an officer of both the publicly traded parent and the non-restricted Nevada gaming licensee has already been filed, and you can expect to see her back for that in a few months. First, though, I'm going to turn the presentation over to her for a brief summary of the financing transaction and the pledge, after which we would be happy to answer any questions.
Welcome, Ms. Anderson. Please state your name for the record and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsouros, Madam Secretary. Thank you so much for allowing me to appear before you today. For the record, my name is Carol Anderson, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment. By way of brief overview of the refinancing transaction, on January 26th of this year, we issued $1.175 billion of second priority senior secured notes and entered into a credit agreement that provides $263 million of revolving credit facility availability. We used the proceeds of the transaction along with cash on hand to refinance existing debt and to pay related fees and expenses of the offering. This transaction extended the revolver maturity from 2021 to 2023 and refinanced term loans that were maturing in 2021 and 2023 with debt that is now maturing in 2026. The new covenant structure provides increased flexibility to help us continue our operating plans. It improves our liquidity, and it also enhances our cash flows. As is customary for transactions of this type, and as a post-closing requirement, we are seeking approval of the pledge of the membership interest of MGNV Holding LLC to Citizens Bank as the collateral trustee for both the credit agreement and the senior secured notes. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Crowley for his assistance on our application. And now I'll open it up if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Before we go forward, I'd like to have your colleagues introduce themselves and state their names for the record, if they would.
Mark?
Mark Camella, Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer for Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment.
Welcome. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Joe Hassan, General Manager, Mohegan Sun Casino, Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions.
Go ahead, Member Katsouros. I didn't have any questions. That was actually a perfect overview, Ms. Anderson. Appreciate the explanation. You walked through the transaction, the new agreement rather that's at issue, as well as those notes maturing in 2026. So appreciate the overview, and you laid out all of the information that I think is essential for purposes of this record. So thank you for that. And thank you for the appearance of you and your colleagues here today.
Member Johnson.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Rubenstein. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Ms. Anderson. I didn't have any questions on the transaction or the applications either. It's rather straightforward for us. I did want to ask perhaps Mr. Hassan or Mr. Camella. You guys had an opening now. I wanted to get some of your initial thoughts on some takeaways and where we're at right now with the property.
Thank you, Member Katsaris. Joe Hassan here. The opening was very, very well received by guests. As I look at the first week of operations, I was very pleased with the volume that we achieved. It was terrific to have the legacy workforce back to duty. That is the former workforce that was the Hard Rock Hotel Casino. Nothing could please me more than giving them the opportunity to return to work in their careers. Nicely received. Again, I tallied the first week and said we're on a good run rate. I realize there's plenty of good work to do going forward. Given that we're located a mile off the Strip, we need the Strip and the rest of Las Vegas to continue to find its way through recovery. I realize that the key to that, of course, is a vaccinated workforce and a vaccinated population nationwide and perhaps worldwide. So, of course, I look forward to that in order to further firm up hotel occupancy at the resort, which then allows the casino to thrive as well. There was one thing that I was disappointed by, and I'm going to raise my hand first in that regard. On opening night, we had celebrities in our...
Okay, I think I lost his audio. Did anybody else? Oh. Mr. Hassan, we lost your
General
audio.
Counsel. The recovering lawyer may have just cut him off.
Let me just jump on to yours if I could.
Go ahead.
I apologize for that delay.
That's all right.
I mentioned that what I was disappointed by on opening day was that we had celebrities appearing as part of both public relations aspect of the opening and to fulfill all the opening day fanfare. Those celebrities, and I blame myself for this, both personally as a citizen of Nevada and professionally as the general manager of the business, they moved about the casino while not masked at all times. What I did in response to that when I came to learn of it, I did not see it while it was in progress, but once I learned of it, I said the entire resort and its teams of people both need refresher training, because training in a pre-opening environment often has more meaning in a post-opening environment once people have a baseline understanding of operations and something to compare and contrast to. So we relaunched training. We redoubled signage involving mask compliance and the mandate to wear a mask and maintain social distancing. And we took steps that included bringing the executive team together on an everyday basis to review projects, progress, and next steps in order to make sure that that mandate and our obligations in response to that were indeed real and sticky, as I like to call it, relative to the ongoing operation of the business. So I would characterize that as a misstep, but I thoroughly enjoyed what I would call the opening of the business and its first week results. In fact, if I look through yesterday's results, which would bring me up through 13 days, trend line is good. I need more, but so far so good.
Ahead of your expectations?
It is marrying up against our business plan nicely. But again, I will need a further firming up as we go forward. Trend line was very, very nice in the first week of operations. It has softened a bit in the second week. I need to return to a trend line that gets me to the right place going forward.
Okay, and that's to be expected. I think probably you modeled it as such with a grand opening. You expect an uptick and then figure out where the actual trend line is going, as you were mentioning. So, and thank you for getting ahead of the questioning on COVID measures. You very eloquently explained some pitfalls that you've had there. I did want to ask specifically about that. You've already addressed the fact that you've re-engaged with your staff or re-engaging with your staff. And I do agree 100% that post-opening, once you have some real life experience to marry that up with some of that education, it actually starts to make sense and resonate. Whereas you just give somebody a class on something and they digest 20% of it. But we are keenly focused on ensuring that everybody keeps their eye on the ball still and they maintain compliance with all the COVID related measures that we have in place. And we don't want to lose sight of that.
Fully understand.
Okay. And with that, I didn't have any other comments or questions, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. I'll just note for the record, our enforcement staff has spent over 90,000 hours doing COVID enforcement. And so we take this extremely seriously. And one of the reasons we take it so seriously is that we derive most of our revenue from people who come from outside of the state. And as they come in, they potentially spread COVID. And people who are trendsetters and who are sort of, who are influencers, as certain people who attended your opening are, they can influence for good or for bad. And so I do appreciate your statements, but I take it seriously as well. I don't want to get into it too deeply, given the fact that we're talking about a financing transaction here. But with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Member Johnson, and leave it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not have anything further to add to what's already been stated. So I appreciate the opportunity and the appearances. Thank you. Are we ready for a motion?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Mark. Well, I assume you're going to speak to item 16 as well. I mean, you're going to.
I actually first was going to speak to the draft order number 1,
okay,
which we've reviewed and find acceptable.
All right. And we are okay.
It's draft revised order of registration. It's got a draft date of February 22nd.
And my understanding is that item 16, the 4080 waiver, is no longer under consideration.
That is correct. Actually, I sent a letter in the evening of the opening. We had to file that, unfortunately, because of the timing that coincided with us possibly not opening and needing to get on an April agenda. We had to go ahead and file that application back in January. Because we didn't actually open till March 25th, we weren't able to pull it off the agenda, but we did submit a letter that evening requesting that the item be withdrawn without prejudice.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. Okay, with that, I ask for a motion.
I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 15 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, and that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the revised order of registration dated February 22nd, 2021.
Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you all for appearing. Appreciate your participation in our industry. It's wonderful to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you going to have the Executive Secretary read 16 in? And
well, I don't think, and Chief Labadie can correct me here, but I think we can just disregard it. Is that accurate?
No, you'll need to read it into the record.
All right, so let's read it into the record.
Do have it in writing, and then so you can make a motion to withdraw it, and we'll be fine.
Okay, please then.
Non-restricted number 16 is the application of MGNV LLC doing business as Mohegan Sun Casino at Virgin Las Vegas for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Okay. And with that, I would ask for a motion.
So I would move for approval to grant the application for withdrawal of non-restricted item number 16 that has been read into the record, and would recommend that approval be granted without prejudice.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's let them queue out. And item 17, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 17 is the application of Z4 Poker LLC, doing business as Z4 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Light is here. I assume.
Can you hear us?
I see Z4 Poker, so I assume that's you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Welcome, Light. Okay.
Fantastic. Chair Gibson, members of the board, for the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant Z4 Poker. With me in this conference room is David Colvin, who is the owner, founder, and CEO of Z4 Poker, and the owner, founder, and chairman of its sister company, Gaming Arts, and Mike Dreiser, who is the CEO of Gaming Arts. Also joining us remotely is Eric Colvin, who is the owner, founder, and CTO of both Z4 Poker and Gaming Arts. First, we would like to thank Agent Missy Lundeen for her extraordinary work on this application. She is a credit to the board. Second, because neither Z4 nor Gaming Arts has appeared before the Gaming Control Board in the last couple of years, we would like to take this opportunity just to provide a brief update for both companies, including the status of Z4's real money platform. In this regard, we did distribute a confidential affirmative presentation that I hope you have, and I'd like to turn it over to David Colvin to start the presentation.
Please, Mr. Colvin, state your name for the record and go ahead.
David Colvin, C-O-L-V-I-N. I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, Member Johnson, Member Katsoros, Madam Chairman, or Madam Secretary. Wanted to thank you for having us here today, and also wanted to comment on the great job the investigators have done. Very professional. We're always appreciative of that. As Glenn mentioned, Z4 Poker and Gaming Arts are sister companies. We actually work out of the same facility. We have common ownership, several common employees. We thought it'd be nice to give you a very quick update on where Gaming Arts stand right now, and then probably also an update on where Z4 Poker is. So what I'd like to do at this point is turn it over to Mike Dreiser, our recently promoted CEO of Gaming Arts, and he can give you a further update.
Well, thank you, David. Good afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. Dreiser.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. My name is Mike Dreiser. I'm the CEO of Gaming Arts. We appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. As was mentioned by David, we rarely have had, as of late, the opportunity to appear before the board. So we want to give you a quick update with respect to Gaming Arts. So we, as a company, in terms of our DNA and our core product, have been in the bingo, session bingo, and keno space. Around 3 years ago, when I started with the company, we began the process of getting into the slot business. And that, of course, is a pretty monumental undertaking, largely from scratch. And that was David's vision to move the company forward into the slot machine space. So fast forward from 3 years to exactly 2 years ago today, or roughly within a couple of days, we put our first slot machine out, video real slot machine out at a casino, Valley View in San Diego in April of 2019. And then, of course, we kept going. We're hitting our stride as a slot company, and we kept going, and we're doing very well as a bingo and keno company. And then COVID hit. So that was about 13 months ago. It feels like 13 years ago, but it's not 13 months ago. And I know obviously many companies and places throughout the world experienced that. But during COVID, we focused on two things. Number one is R&D. We wanted to keep going and keep building our slot portfolio. And in addition to that, we expanded our product line to include COVID gaming safety items, specifically the use of UVC lighting to apply UVC lighting to machines and tables and dice and chips and cards to make them safe for the public. So we actually are in that business as well. But in addition to the R&D piece, we kept going with respect to contact with our customers, staying relevant, staying in the marketplace in a way that we would be visible. And so I'm happy to report at this point, the recovery is fragile for us, but it's real. We had gone down to fewer than 30 employees, and now we're up to approximately 60 and growing. We have 125 licenses and counting across North America. And so we're pretty excited about the trajectory from this point forward. Obviously, again, at this time, it's still a bit fragile, but the momentum has certainly picked up, and we're happy to report to the board that from a gaming arts perspective, business is starting to do much better, and we're gaining some momentum. So again, we know it's fragile. We know there's a lot of challenges ahead. We look forward to continuing to build the business in the months and years ahead. So that's a brief update on gaming arts. I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions about that, certainly open to respond as needed.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would like to turn the podium over to Eric to talk about Z4 Poker, and it's free-to-play product, HT Poker, which is incredibly successful, and the status of their real money platform.
Okay, please.
Thanks, Glenn. Good afternoon, Chairman Gibson and Member Johnson and Katsaros and Madam Secretary. My name is Eric Colvin. I am the Chief Technology Officer for Gaming Arts and sister company Z4 Poker. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here today, give a brief update of where we are at with our real money platform, and maybe I'll start with a brief history of the company, and maybe an explanation a bit of why it's been taking us so long, and the ongoing extensions. The company was originally founded in 2012, and back then we were operating the Sienna Hotel Spa Casino in Reno. As such, the business model back then we were looking at was owning and operating our own poker network and site. Since then, we've sold the Sienna, and our business model has shifted from originally being owning and operating to now becoming a manufacturer and service provider and seeking an operator. So we've been working diligently on the platform for a number of years. When the poker went live for the first times originally with stations, we realized that the liquidity was going to be a tough job to get into, and liquidity is really the name of the game. And so we I don't want to say beeline, but we focused most of our energies into first proving ourselves with a B2C play successful product, and that product is called HD Poker. Since then, we originally launched it in 2016 on Facebook as a beta, improved it out further, and then we launched it on 2018 on mobile and desktop platforms fully. Since then, it's grown leaps and bounds and has become one of the, at least on desktop, it's one of the top poker apps on its platform, as well as on mobile. It's been widely well received and has reached over 10,000 positive reviews, 4.7 stars on iOS and Android. And now we are going back and redoubling our efforts on the real money side of things. In the last year, we've been we haven't met our R&D timelines to the extent that we wanted to. We have, as many have noted, been impacted by COVID-19, and even though we are a virtual application and a company to some extent, due to the crossover between gaming arts and other reasons as well, we've had some setbacks that have slowed our development timeline. But that being said, we've launched a number of new features which all would be required to enter into the real money market, those being sit and goes. We have a game mode called Time Bombs that's very close to our competitors. They have it's like a sit and go variant, and they have an offering like that. And we also have launched shootout tournaments And the next on our list to get out is multi-table tournaments, really the full multi-table tournaments, which is also something that we feel would be required to enter into real money. That being said, we've also been working on the back end aspects of things, the real money, all the stuff that would go into, you would expect KYC and security and compliance and this sort of thing. Yeah, we're also worth mentioning too is we had a setback in 2020 where basically one of our technologies that we employed on our product basically became end of life. That was Adobe Flash. So we're in the middle of a large rewrite, rewriting the application in HTML5, and that's where kind of we stand today. We're still committed to launching into real money in Nevada. We're still seeking an operating partner. That was another setback of COVID-19 is that right when everything shut down, all of the talks that we were having with various operators sort of halted on that front. So we're moving things along. We remain committed, and we hope to have something in the lab by hopefully Q1 or Q2 of next year. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colvin. Thank you for your presentations. Let me ask you, Mr. Colvin, what is your background? Your technical background. You're the chief, the CTO or CISO, basically for this company. In addition to doing everything else you do, tell me what your background is, if you would.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, I'd have to start when I was a young boy. My dad got me in computers when I was about 4 years old. I started working for him doing technical illustrating for patent drawings when I was probably 12 years old or 13. I attended college at Lawrence Technology University with a major in technology and also very much a keen eye towards computer science. When I was, I guess it was 2008 was when we originally came out to Las Vegas. Actually, before that, I should go back and say, I had a number of companies, or not number of companies, but at least one company where I had a website design and development firm. I worked for the University of Michigan for a number of years, producing a very large website for them. I also worked for a small computer outfit in Michigan, which was specializing in Six Sigma and data analysis and quality control software, basically. And that's I've also always had a keen eye towards art and technology and design. I also have a gaming background. I have been in esports actually for a number of years, so I'm familiar with the crossovers between sort of modern gaming and some of the things that people are trying to do now, whether it be skill-based gaming or what have you. So yeah, the large gaming background has lent itself very well to I guess my overall sort of slant on technology. The product that we're looking at launching right now in terms of our approach to the market is called Poker Cloud. And it's really, it's a cloud-based oriented product, or I guess I would say a hybrid cloud with the way that we intend to approach it. But yeah, I hope that answered your question.
It does, actually. I mean, it's something I've been thinking a lot about. So you serve your current games out of Switch SuperNAP. Is that correct?
Not our current game currently. Our game currently is based on Amazon AWS, but okay. Switch NAP 7. We do have a rack over at NAP 7, and that's where we intend to host all of our real money operations.
Okay, so you're using AWS. That's okay. Interesting. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
So this is a routine application for us, frankly, but I do appreciate the overview because I don't know that you guys have ever appeared before the board in my time here. So thank you for that really extensive overview. It was good to hear all that. I didn't have any questions on the application, though. As I mentioned, it's rather straightforward for us. We're just looking to get another waiver here extended. Was it a year period on these? I couldn't recall. I believe it is. Mr. Light?
Yes, it is. It would be extended until April of 2022.
22. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I did not have any questions as well. Thank you all for the appearances and the information that you provide. Very, very informative and enlightening. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
Yes, I would echo those comments as well. I wish you great success. I hope for more technology-based gaming companies to to enter this market and to succeed here, so that we can hopefully create an industry of these kinds of businesses. So this is I'd ask for a motion at this point.
All right, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 17 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, and that would be pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approvals granted in November 2012 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in April 2022.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing. And that is the end of our non-restricted agenda, and we'll meet again tomorrow. So take care. Thank you all.